Hervé Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises. The global financial architecture. AFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socio-economic development challenges, with increasing and architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'atteindre un plus grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, qui sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Je suis persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abibatuwan, Chief of Mission of IAM Ethiopia, Head of the United Nations Lead Agency on Migration. This 10th session on the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development takes place at the same time of when African member states continue to face multiple economic crises and socio-economic development challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFSD 10 will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regressed below the 2015 baseline. However, as a UN entity that is mandated to promote safe, human, and orderly migration for the benefit of all, migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significantly to all aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and as such will be key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As IOM, we are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global events to ensure the facilitation of Target 10.7, which is to promote safe, regular, and responsible migration and the implementation of well-managed migration policies, as well as Goal 13, climate action, and Goal 17, partnership for the goal, are brought back on track at scale. For example, on Goal 13, IAM is working to enhance understanding and response to drivers of human mobility due to climate impacts. On Goal 17, IAM plays a key role in supporting partnership and the means to collaborate at national, regional, and global level for better and more effective migration governance. We know this is not enough, but we are mobilizing action and leaving no stone unturned on this journey to rescue the SDGs and get them on back track. It is doable in this lifetime.
My name is Marcel Akpovo, and I'm the Regional Director for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in East Africa. And I serve also as a representative to the African Union. As the lead UN agency mandated for human rights, my office is working to ensure that applicable human rights standards and principles are integrated into efforts to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. SDGs and their targets are framed to be fulfilled in compliance with a human rights standard, and OCHR has been engaged in showcasing the instrumental value of the centrality of a human right. Human right as problem-solving tool, and human right as accelerator to SDGs, including the Cs identified as transition priorities, with catalytic effects across all SDGs. We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of SDG 16. As the human rights commitment go unmet, violence increases, conflict evolved, inequality hampers inclusive decision-making, and corruption erodes the social fabric. We can't allow this to continue. OCHR reiterates its commitment and stands ready to deliver on that extremely important responsibility. I thank you.
The Kariba Dam, the largest man-made lake in the world by volume, built along the Zambezi River basin. The Zambezi River is the fourth largest river basin in Africa and home to the mighty Victoria Falls.
The Kariba Dam is the entire catchment starting from where the Zambezi River starts, near the Congo border there in northwestern Zambia. And also it includes all those tributaries coming from Angola down all the way. The blue line indicates the Zambezi River itself. And then it falls into the Kariba Dam. And from Zimbabwe, you also have this catchment, which also brings in water into the Kariba.
Kariba, a shared energy source between Zambia and Zimbabwe, generates 1,080 megawatts for Zambia and 1,050 megawatts for Zimbabwe. Since the 1990s and as recently as 2019, the Zambesi Basin has experienced recurrent severe droughts. Kariba Hydropower Dam water levels dropped to 10% of usable water for hydropower, while water flows at Victoria Falls dropped 11 centimeters below the 1995-1996 season.
We had the first ever flooded, which was happening in 1968-1969 season, which recorded the highest level of water. We came to the 70s, it was also having a lot of water. The change started in the 90s. That's why we started seeing a bit of change of amount of water that is needed for generation started reducing. Until when we reached in the 20s, I remember that was 2008 when we had another surplus of water. That was too much, and even at the dam, we couldn't hold the water. We have to release it. And we even announced to the locals to say, Zambezi River will open the spillway gates to release more water to pass so that the dam cannot burst or it cannot cause any danger. But I can tell you from that time in the early 20s to date, we have not done that.
Both Kariba South and North Power utilities curtailed their average generation to 250 megawatts in December 2022 due to decreased water levels.
I think I can roughly say for about 5 years back, that's when we observed very serious declines in water level in the lake. That had never been seen before. And that situation has continued until now. But that has huge implications now in terms of the productivity of the lake itself. We need a flooding, serious flooding to take place for the lake to fill up right now.
As a result, Zimbabwe struggled through 19 hours of load shedding, while Zambia had to deal with 6-hour power outages.
Right now, we're now talking about 2022, 2023 to be the worst. Yeah, what's very sad is that even now, the inflows that we're receiving and the water levels at the moment are still not as much as we can compare to last year, which means that there's a possibility of the repeat of the situation that we saw last year, which should be a wake-up call for us to start looking at options to mitigate the situation that we're seeing.
The Zambezi River provides the majority of Lake Kariba's inflow, accounting for 80%. Direct rainfall on the lake surface and tributaries provide the remaining 20% of the water.
The inflows that come from during the rainfall season, from December all the way from Angola and so on, we get the maximum flood starting from March, April. That's when it reaches Kariba. And then, all the way up to about August, July, August. You see that the lake is full. But now that's not happening. It is just a slight increase and then that's it.
Around 2019, there was actually a drought in the Zambezi, and upstream, it was unbelievable that, we could actually walk to the riverbed, on the Zambezi. And we can also see, the adverse impacts on the inadequacy of water to generate electricity in the Kariba Dam. And right up to this day, we are still faced with the adverse impacts whereby there is not enough water for generation of electricity, particularly at the Kariba facilities?
Last year it was documented, I think around December. I think we had only a few days of power generation before we were cut off by the Zambezi River Authority to say, Kariba Power Station must stop power generation because there's a certain limit, where the power station is not allowed to draw down water for power generation. If I recall, Zambia had to allocate part of its water quota to Zimbabwe to enable the power station to continue running.
The Zambesi Basin has high level of natural climate variability. The river and its tributaries are prone to significant seasonal fluctuations with a clear cycle of floods and drought, which have a significant negative influence on energy production, way of life, and the economies of the basin. However, human activities have significantly impacted the Zambesi ecology despite the temperature rise.
Now, when you look at what is happening, you would think it's natural cause to a large extent. For me, even the climatic variation is as a result of the human activities on the ground. If we never lost the forest cover, we would have not lost the perennial streams, there would have been no dams, there would have been less, if anything, the boreholes that people are using to abstract water from the ground.
The Zambezi River Authority, which manages Kariba Dam, says that during April and June, a notable rise in the Kariba Dam water level is observed. The time frame in which Lake Kariba's water levels are significantly influenced by the waters from the Barotse floodplains, which form part of the upper Zambezi catchment. But because of the rising temperatures, the Barotse loses about 1,500 millimeters of water annually from evaporation, which reduces the amount of water flowing into the lower Zambezi River system.
In terms of water values, the Barotse floodplain is almost like a sponge and almost like a basin type kind of formation, whereby you find that the lowland areas are almost like these lower part of my palms, and then you've got then the margins of the Barotse floodplain, which then are surrounded by this upper forested area. And because of that, it extends over 270 in length and over 30k in width. Obviously, when it inundates or in terms of flooding, it can reach as high as 550,000 hectares. So it's a massive system that is almost breathing and contracting. You find that when the water comes, it sort of swells and then comes up. So it's, in a way, it almost acts like the lungs of the system. In terms of where the Barotse floodplain sits, it sits right in the middle of two agro-ecological regions, which are characterized by difference in precipitation, in temperature, but also in humidity. Upwards of the Barotse floodplains, where you've got the high rainfall areas, and then below it, you've then got areas of low rainfall areas. And because of that, you can almost see like a transition between very high rainfall areas and also very low rainfall areas. And in that way, it then sort of acts like a sponge that slowly releases water from these headwaters to the regions that don't necessarily receive a lot of rainfall. And because of that, then it plays this function of water security, not only for the region, the communities, but also downstream communities for the region. And in terms of energy production, we all know that it then also serves as this ecological infrastructure that supplies areas like the Kariba Dam to produce energy.
The prospecting for new minerals, logging of indigenous trees like rosewood and African teak through forest concessions, the conversion of forest areas for agriculture and increased development all poses threats to the Barotse floodplain and upper Zambezi. This is despite the fact that the Barotse serves an important ecological function for Lake Kariba.
There is actually a proven scientific cycle that the trees provide, the rain cycle itself. 80% of the rainfall that we have comes from tree transpiration. This is why in a desert you don't find sufficient rainfall. It tells you a story. A desert does not have huge cover of forest. There's minimum forest cover, and the rainfall pattern is actually very low. Where there are huge forests, the rainfall pattern is high. Just not far away from here, the Congo Basin. The rainfall pattern in the Congo Basin is larger than the rainfall pattern we have in Zambia. Why? It's because of the size of the forest cover they have there. They have bigger trees which are measuring diameter 5 meters. Some of them go as high as 80 meters high. In Zambia, the tallest tree is only about 23 meters. So the larger the stock of forest cover, the actually maximum rainfall you expect to have in that area. The reason why the agroecological region has been shifted is purely to do with the change, the conversion induced by people who have cut the trees that were sustaining the microclimate that supports rainfall.
One of them, I think, has been large-scale infrastructure projects, whether it be, for example, in the mining sector. We now know, particularly, for example, in the headwaters of the Kabompo, which is now being coined as a new copper belt because of the increase in mining exploration as well as mining. I think most recently, in last year, where we heard, for example, a new commitment by First Quantum Mining in trying to invest more money, a total of 1.3 billion US dollars in trying to upscale the mining efforts around the Northwest province there. So obviously that has got the potential to affect key recharge areas and forest areas that, for example, act as supply areas for surface water as well as groundwater. And so obviously associated with mining comes obviously the push for energy, sort of a coupled demand between infrastructure but also the push for energy. And this energy comes in, you want to then dam several areas. But I think what has lagged behind is really the research angle to it in terms of understanding, for example, if we're going to dam several places on the Zambezi, what's the impact, for example, on these ecological values that we're talking about?
Zambia, Angola, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, Botswana, and Namibia all share the Zambezi River Basin as a transboundary water resource. To manage the shared water resource responsibly, transnational cooperation is essential.
The instruments that have been developed so far include the Zambezi strategic plan, which is a long-term strategic plan focusing on the key pillars that the region needs to focus in order to address the challenges. Another instrument of cooperation also includes the procedure for notification of planned measures in each of the riparian states. Knowing what your neighbor, your partners is planning to do is also assisting, creating that transparency, but also knowing if there are any impacts of the developments that the other country is maybe impacting on the countries that are downstream or upstream. Another procedure which has been developed, rules and procedure for data and information sharing. This is an important tool because data on the water resource and the trends of water resource and the resource in general from each country, the sharing is what makes now the region work together, they get the entire picture of what is happening with the resource. If the trends are not encouraging, then you already know what is happening in the region in terms of the data and the information on water resources.
In 2015, the World Bank and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, through its African Climate Policy Center, released a groundbreaking report titled Enhancing the Climate Resilience of Africa's Infrastructure, that revealed that, depending on the climate scenario that unfolds, the Zambezi River is likely to lose at least 60% of its capacity to produce hydropower. Kariba Dam already struggles to produce adequate energy. 2 hydroelectric projects are being considered: the Batoke Gorge plant upstream Kariba, which Zambia and Zimbabwe will share equally, and Mpandakwa hydropower downstream Mozambique's Cahora Basin. Experts say if these dams are to function sustainably, climate change resilience must be expressly incorporated.
Investments in infrastructure for data collection, that is very important, as well as the processing and management of that information, the distribution of that information. So it's very important that they play that critical role, because at the moment an experience within the watercourse is that there isn't sufficient infrastructure for the purposes of collecting data and information on the various variables to do with climate.
The capacities in these sectors is what actually challenges the performance of the good intentions that are there, good plans that are there. So we need to focus on how do we build these sectors to respond to the issues we are expecting within the space of climate resilience. Capacities could be in different forms. It may not necessarily be numbers of staff only, but also the quality of service that the small numbers can actually offer. Meaning training, instilling new skills in these officers that are there is one way of building the capacity, besides just the numbers. Because you can have so many people, but the quality of delivery is still low. Capacity also can come in form of financial support. But even there, you don't necessarily to provide hard cash for some institutions to perform. You could create means of these institutions to generate their own resources. That's another way of building capacity. You don't necessarily need to bring in cash, but means for the institutions to be able to generate resources from the activities they are doing, like traceability activities. How do you trace the extraction of timber? Where is it coming from? Who is producing? Where is it going? At what value? That system of traceability is lacking. Also, providing information, key information, quality information, providing a base where people can actually see what is there. The only way institutions can be helped is where you can say, this is what we are doing, and we can't do A, B, C, D for A, B, C, D reasons. But if there's no information provided, because we don't have that capacity to disseminate, then you will actually be acting as if you are alone. But if these institutions can be supported, then the aspects on them providing services on climate resilience will actually be supported fully. The aspects to implement these actions could not maybe be on the basis that we don't have capacity to some extent in terms of numbers. It could be that we are not actually collaborating. We need to bring all these issues around the community. How do we ensure that we contribute to the mother plan, the main plan for the country? Bringing these stronger collaboration between institutions would help change, and therefore we'll be meeting the aspirations.
the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs here in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a country that is affected by global climate phenomena, and these are increasingly leading to worsening droughts and floods on a regular basis. This is a country that's also recognized this vulnerability and has built many national systems in order to be responsive. However, when they're overwhelmed, the humanitarian system, coordinated by OCHA, is here to try and ensure an overall response. This year, over 15 million people in need of response to drought conditions, and also those who've been affected by recent conflicts, including over 4 million people who've been displaced from their homes. For sustainable development to be a reality, further investments are needed in the national systems to be able to deal with the consequences of worsening climate conditions. That includes ensuring that systems are responsive to these kinds of shocks, but also investments in communities to ensure their resilience and also adaptation to the changing climate. Until that happens, the humanitarian response is going to have to continue to grow. So we need further international solidarity, interagency, and multi-sectoral action in order for us to minimize the need for recurrent humanitarian aid.
My name is Warganash Makonnen. As head of UNOPS multi-country office, mandated to expand implementation capacity across peace and security, humanitarian and development efforts through its project services, including infrastructure, procurement, project management, human resource, and financial management services. UNOPS supports governments, the United Nations, and other partners in achieving member states' global goals and local objectives for people and countries. The 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, ARFCD 10, takes place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple economic crises and social development challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFCD 10 will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regressed below the 2015 baseline. However, the agency that is mandated to work on infrastructure, project management, procurement, HR services, and financial management, we are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure that
Recording in progress.
So you may have seen that on stage we have more names like the panel members, but we're in the business of innovation, so we're gonna get started. And as we continue in our conversation, obviously others will join us and join the conversation. I can see other panelists also joining us, which is good, so we will make it as we go. Well, let me start with the public sector perspective. And that is a government from Africa, in this case, Comoros. If he's online, Mission Minis from Comoros, I will start just to get the perspective of his country. And if you don't understand French, please switch to your translation, the question will be asked in French, so we can get the ministers. Mission Minis, si vous nous entendez, Mission Minis. Monsieur le ministre, si vous nous entendez, je sais à quel point vous tenez au secteur pour lequel nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui à Addis Abeba. Et pour cause, je sais que vous êtes à Nairobi pour la même opportunité, discuter un peu de la digitalisation du continent africain. Ma question à vous est la suivante. Si vous pouvez partager avec nous quelles sont les priorités de votre pays, en même temps aussi, quelles sont les politiques que vous mettez en place pour que ces priorités deviennent la réalité? Monsieur le ministre.
Ok, merci. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Nous vous entendons 100%.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Merci pour cette invitation. Tout d'abord, je voudrais, comme vous venez de le dire, vous préciser que je suis actuellement à Nairobi dans le même objectif, dans le cadre du numérique. Mais par rapport à votre question, pour ne pas perdre du temps, comme vous le savez, toutes les nations, tous les gouvernements sont convaincus que l'économie numérique peut jouer un grand rôle dans le cadre de l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable à l'horizon 2030, tout comme pour les objectifs de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. C'est ainsi que tous les pays, tous les gouvernements, toutes les autorités doivent faire en sorte que l'accès au numérique aujourd'hui soit démocratisé pour tous les pays, pour toutes les populations et pour toutes les catégories sociales, aussi bien ceux qui se trouvent en milieu urbain comme ceux qui se trouvent en milieu rural. Donc la grande question ici, c'est la prioritisation, sachant que les pays ne se trouvent pas tous au même niveau de développement. Donc, il y a certains pays qui ont une certaine avance par rapport à d'autres en termes de tout ce qui est nécessaire pour prendre les mesures afin de démocratiser cette nouvelle donne qui est la numérisation. Donc, en ce qui me concerne, ce qui concerne les pays de l'Afrique, pour résumer, je dirais qu'il y a six secteurs qu'il faudra que les pays tiennent compte, tout en sachant que les pays ne sont pas tous, je le répète encore, au même niveau de développement. Donc, ces six secteurs, c'est tout d'abord par rapport à la promotion de la législation et de la réglementation, de manière générale, parce que sans cela, on peut avoir de véritables problèmes après. La deuxième catégorie de mesures doivent être prises dans la promotion des infrastructures relatives à l'accès et à la sauvegarde des données. Donc, aussi bien pour les données de masse que pour les données à caractère individuel. Donc, le troisième point, ou le troisième secteur, serait peut-être par rapport à l'éducation et à la promotion de la culture numérique pour tous. Et quand on parle d'éducation, là, on revient sur la question du capital humain. parce que aujourd'hui, le numérique, c'est un peu comme l'automatisme au siècle dernier. Donc, il y a plein de potentialités là-dessus qu'il faudra que des mesures soient prises dans les curricula, dans les programmes de formation, aussi bien du primaire jusqu'au niveau supérieur, tout en sachant que le numérique, c'est quelque chose de transversal qui doit être enseigné, quel que soit le type de formation que l'on poursuit. Et puis, en quatrième lieu, c'est la prévention contre les risques liés à la manipulation des données, qui n'est pas du tout souhaitée, que ce soit pour les données de masse, comme je viens de le dire, que pour les données individuelles. Et puis, il y a la promotion. Nous devons prendre des mesures concrètes sur la promotion des plateformes et des services liés au numérique, ce qu'on appelle les solutions. Et on peut avoir tout ça, on peut avoir l'accès, mais parfois, certaines catégories de la population peuvent ne pas avoir l'accès par rapport au coût, par rapport au coût d'accès, d'où la nécessité de faire en sorte que les mesures que nous allons prendre permettent à toute la population, quelle que soit la bourse de la personne, mais à pouvoir avoir accès à cette nouvelle donne qui est le numérique. Donc, schématiquement, il y a une panoplie de mesures à prendre dans les secteurs que je viens de citer, et chaque secteur peut comprendre plusieurs mesures, tout en sachant, je le répète, que tous les pays ne sont pas au même niveau. Il y a certains pays qui sont déjà en avance par rapport à un secteur donné, tel que les infrastructures. C'est le cas des Comores, par exemple, dont nous avons beaucoup à faire dans les autres secteurs, mais en ce qui concerne les infrastructures, nous avons une couverture de 98,2% du territoire. Nous avons la fibre optique qui couvre l'ensemble du territoire. Nous avons l'accès à l'international, sachant que nous sommes un archipel, donc avec des câbles, notamment le câble To Africa qui sera déployé et qui va multiplier la capacité actuelle de 20 à partir du câble Easy que nous avons. Le To Africa sera multiplié par 20 avec 500 gigas et la disponibilité d'un data center. Mais il y a une chose qui est très importante, c'est que tout cela doit se faire dans le cadre de la coopération internationale, notamment soit par rapport à la coopération multilatérale, à la coopération bilatérale, dans un cadre de gagnant-gagnant. C'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire actuellement, aujourd'hui, ici à Nairobi, dans un partenariat qui a été initié par le gouvernement américain, dont le partenariat, le nom, c'est de faciliter l'accès au digital au continent africain avec les moyens qui existent aujourd'hui, que ce soit les câbles, mais surtout les nouvelles technologies liées aux satellites. Voilà, en bref, ce que je peux dire dans un premier temps par rapport à votre question.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre. On reviendra vers vous pour voir comment vous accompagner en tant qu'État sur la base des priorités que vous avez fixées pour que ces priorités deviennent des réalités. Donc, nous reviendrons un peu sur les moyens d'accompagnement. So we're going to shift away from hearing the demand for Comoros to then our panelists here on stage, because they can certainly support Comoros in making their dream and vision like a reality. I'm going to start with UNESCO, and to bring in just the UN body perspectives. After all, you are the scientific and science kind of body of our institutions. So here we're delighted to have Professor Marshall Zambesi Basin, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, who is the head of science for Southern Africa. So Professor, my question to you is the following. You heard the minister, you heard the priorities. I wonder if you could just expand a little bit. What exactly are you doing in supporting these countries and making sure the priority and vision and ambition for science technology become a reality?
Thank you so much, moderator. Yes, UNESCO has been doing a lot in supporting the member states in strengthening the HCI ecosystem. I would like to mention a couple of points here. The first one is looking at the global priorities. We have, we say, two global priorities. The first one being the priority of gender equality. The second one being the priority of Africa. Within that concept, you have within the 5 major flagship programs in the continent, you have 5 of them. After which you have 3 of them actually speaking to sciences. Within that, when it's allocated and resources, implementing those flagship programs in the context of Priority Africa, the continent. Now, looking at also, the second point here will be our UNESCO unique mandate in the science for peace and development. In that context, we produced a number of reports scientific evidence here. Can talk about the UNESCO science report, engineering report, and also the World Water Report, to list just a few. Again, also convening a high-level forum like what we're doing now. You can also talk about the World Science Forum, which took place 2 years ago in South Africa. This is a baby of UNESCO. Talking about the World Science Forum. Again, you also can take into account the UNESCO long-standing standard-setting functions, like for the open sciences, as again, recommendation on the ethics of AI. Now, we also work with government, particularly with STI ministries, and then STI, we are looking at assisting the member state on policy development, advocacy component before the member state, for the integration of science into policy decision-making process. Again, what about capacity strengthening? So we can talk about our center of excellences around the world, some of which are actually on the continent. We can mention, for instance, the ICBA, which is here in Addis Abeba. In education, we can talk about ICTP in Italy, looking at the sciences. Again, we can mention a couple of them. We also go beyond that, also providing some, establishing laboratories, in the continent. We can talk about the case of the X-ray laboratories installed in Chang, Cameroon, but that one also deployed, in Cote d'Ivoire. Now, you may also recall that the CERN is actually a baby of UNESCO. Within that context, we're looking about the particle accelerators for those who are doing particle sciences that we didn't know what we're talking about. We are actually talking about having similar initiatives in the continent to really accelerate advanced science, advanced sciences. So again, we also leverage on the large asset base of UNESCO. We can talk about the NATCOMs, which form our the interface between the government and the UNESCO. Our chairs, category 2 centers, national committees like the MAP and then the IHP. Again, the large network, the national days. Again, what about the prices? For those who were here on the first day, we have the prize for the UNESCO Pedagogy International Prize for Life Sciences, the L'Oreal Prize as well. I can go on, but allow me to end here for this first part.
Absolutely. So, Professor, let me push you a little bit, because we heard the minister from Comoros talk about their priorities, their needs, what they want to do as a country. Given being a scientific and science body in the UN, what exactly can you do to actually support countries to make sure these dreams actually become a reality? What specifically can you do?
Now, as I mentioned earlier on, we work with the relevant member state, particularly the relevant ministry, really strengthen the STI ecosystem, for instance, looking at the policy interface, looking at also the STEM component. Capacity review, looking at the STEM education is also very important for us. We have the whole portfolio around the science education. This is something we can actually provide the member state. Also looking at the profile, like the SAGA, the Gospel and SAGA initiative, we're talking the member state.
Excellent. I'll come back to you, obviously, at the end to just hear, besides in terms of the message that you want to take away from this conversation. Let's stay with the UN bodies, moving to another one, UNDP, my good sister here, Joy, joining us. Joy, you are special advisor to the Africa director of the Africa Bureau, I believe, of the UNDP. So my question to you, and I know you believe in this at UNDP, collaboration, partnership is important. Hearing what you heard from the minister, from UNESCO, how do we leverage that partnership to make sure we can at least unlock the potential that science and technology offer to our continent?
Thank you very much, ASG. It's a pleasure to be here, and good morning to you all. How do we leverage the partnership? I think I heard the minister talk about infrastructure, platforms, digitalization, support in the direction. I heard our colleague from UNESCO telling us about the suite of capacity building measures available. What I'd say is that we have to think about digitalization, science, technology as something that's largely owned by a demographic that's not in this room, and these are the young people. And so leveraging is finding the young people. Leveraging is understanding where they are and what they need. And UNDP has done some of that by listening to them. And when you listen to them, you understand that there's 3 major points of entry that must be tackled. The first one is the idea that the ecosystem our colleague from UNESCO talked about is largely fragmented. The second one is that there is a scarcity in early stage risk capital. And the third is that the education system and the way we're teaching science and technology is somewhat still theoretical, that you do not have the ability to transform ideas from the heads of these brilliant young Africans into something you can touch and feel. And therefore, UNDP has asked itself the question, is there something in Africa's past that can give us the solution? There is. Timbuktu. When you think about Timbuktu, it is a great place in Africa's history. It's the place where you had the first great universities, Sankore. It's the place where you had the world's greatest trans-Saharan trade. It's the place where the richest man still to date comes from. And so there's something in those roots that can take us to leveraging from there to Africa's future. And so what UNDP is doing with partners, governments, UN system, and others, is to tackle those three problems by establishing an initiative called Timbuktu. And in Timbuktu, we're saying, one, we shall invest in the engineering schools of Africa's universities, all of them, by putting the equipment in these departments that can allow for the ideas of young people to transform from the head into a minimum viable product. We have 13 already, from Rwanda to Kampala to Lesotho and others. When you do that, we need to have Pan-African centers of excellence where these ideas that have become products can find a home where the businesses can scale. And this is where we have from fintech to edtech to agritech to trade tech and so on and so forth. We are investing in the startup revolution across Africa. How are we solving, and this is my last point, how are we solving this principal question of the lack of early stage risk capital? We are mobilizing $1 billion over 10 years to invest precisely in that each of these centers of excellence will have a de-risking facility that goes into the hubs to the tune of 20%. And so we've started that. FinTech is coming on board in this month. Next, we're going to Kigali with health tech, and we will keep moving. We will not stop until it is done.
Excellent. And Joy, let me push you a little bit, because I know that UNDP cares so much about human capital. It is not known that many Africans across the diaspora, from Silicon Valley in AI, the names are quite famous. So my question to you, how are we leveraging all this African knowledge and expertise and excellence from overseas to be back in the continent and be part of the solutions?
We are leveraging that, first of all, by acknowledging, validating, and recognizing that it exists. And so we have an intentional program at UNDP Africa where we believe that these African ideas are the solution to Africa's development. We're bringing them all together in a concilium to help us think through this. Where does Timbuktu come from? Timbuktu as an idea comes from precisely a constellation of this diaspora knowledge that you've spoken about. And so bringing them together to help us co-create what this is critical. I think the other thing is really to talk about these university innovation pods, because they're very much structured around the ideas of learning from what great Africans outside of Africa have done. They tell you there would be no Silicon Valley without Stanford. I can tell you there will be no huge Made in Africa revolution without great ideas coming out of Makerere, without great ideas coming out of the Sankores of the time. And therefore, we have the Africans that are ready for a time such as this. What we need to do is bring them into the same space. Use digitalization, by the way. We don't have to be in the same room, but let's create the platform that can leverage and pull from all of the best parts.
Excellent. So we heard the perspective of a government from the UN bodies, my colleagues. Let's move to a different perspective, academic. Professor Kioni, you bring in a perspective from academia. So my question to you, the reason why you're from Eastern Africa is known for creativity, innovation. They came up with some great ideas. So just walk us through in your region, what exactly is happening working with local communities in leveraging technology, innovation, that the rest of the continent can learn from?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And the business of the university is basically to prepare the young people for the future world of work, which is rapidly changing. And the other thing is to provide the models that can actually be replicated across the society so as to have impact. And with regard to the local communities, we can look at different types of local communities. They are the marginalized communities. There are also the communities that are basically left behind by virtue of the fact that the ecosystem is not adequately developed. And then, of course, we have the huge number of young people who are coming out of institutions who are educated and are ready to really contribute at the global stage. And we have to also cater for them. But for now, I think I focus on the marginalized communities and people who are not operating in developed value chains. So as a university, we have deliberately created mechanisms of trying to make sure that the universities address and engage the local communities. And there are ways of doing that. When you have the academia, sometimes it's easy for the academia to just focus on delivering of the formal education without providing the linkages to the community. And when we do that, you end up with graduates who also do not fit and do not contribute to the society. So there are a couple of approaches that we have come up with, but all of them are based on trying to bring down the barriers. I give one of them, what we call indigenous knowledge and practice. And this is where we take the faculty and the students to basically embed themselves in the community and identify what expertise is there and engage in a process of discovery of processes and discovery of innovation, because communities are also innovating. And then based on that, we can also work with the same communities to now bring to bear the scientific and formal knowledge that is actually there so as to come up with improved system. And in so doing that, you continually engage the community. You also open the labs for them because that is something that we do not do. And for that reason, the community is a little timid in coming to academic institutions. But if you can, we can open the doors for them to come to the institutions. Then what you end up with is acceptance of the solutions that come from the university and a better understanding by the students and the faculty of the community needs. So by so doing, you then engaging in a form of co-creation. Of course, there's a detailed process, and it's just an issue of appreciating that we need to bring down those barriers and provide solutions to them.
Excellent. Professor, let me push you a little bit, because my question is, that type of success, what kind of incentive and support you're getting from the government in terms of the ecosystem that make it possible? And I think this is really something that other parts of Africa could learn from. But more importantly, do you think the infrastructure, the ecosystem is conducive to that kind of transformation? What are the ingredients for success?
I think it's important also to look at the way the universities are structured. They require facilities, but we need to create these areas of interaction between the university, the industry, and the communities. The creation of incubation centers, innovation hubs, science and technology parks, areas of innovations is really very important. And that of course, requires resources to come from the governments, both at the national and local level, and also to work with the industry. But it requires also a deliberate effort in terms of the university to engage with those players, and also creation of the right policies and frameworks for that kind of engagement.
Excellent. Well, let's get a different perspective now from Google. Alex, you bring in the international perspective on the panel. You heard the priorities of Comoros, you heard the support provided by the UN, and we talked about local communities. So just walk us through international collaboration. What does Google bring to the table?
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, I'll talk about it maybe from largely from the perspective of Google, but probably infuse a little bit also from the perspective of the private sector. And as a starting point, I'd like us to look at private sector as a partner in development, in the sense that we are part and parcel of the community that we all live in, and business will only thrive as much as the people in those communities, because we really partner to be able to thrive out of each other. So I'll share a few ways I feel that will actually be very relevant, and a lot of it will mirror to what my fellow panelists are saying. It means that we are actually working together. So one of the areas is a lot around partnerships. And there is huge value when we partner together, multi-stakeholder partnership in this case, looking at how can we work together as private sector, government, really to look at how do we address the various gaps and the various challenges we are seeing, whether it's in digital skills, technology transfer, etc. And as well, still in partnerships, it's really helpful when we look at working together on targeted initiatives. And the idea about this is in terms of being able to see what are the specific needs that we are seeing in the localities, and how can we be able to maximize impact by us being able to work together. A second area is also a lot in terms of when it comes to sharing of knowledge and capacity building. One of the areas I find to be very helpful is in terms of how can we promote more around open source platforms. in terms of where we can be able to share education resources, even software development tools, and even digital training materials. How can you be able to see platforms whereby we don't lock ourselves in, but really look in terms of being able to sharing out? And then the other thing as well is when it comes to training and training mentorship, looking at all the various models, even right down to looking at micro-learning, looking in terms of how do we upskill, in terms of as technology is changing, and it's changing very fast, how do we help build the workforce that we have as academia supports us to build new workforce for our future. And then the other area, touching a lot into what the minister from Comoros was talking about, when it comes to infrastructure, because I think we really need to build on the backbone of the continent in terms of looking from digital infrastructure, connectivity, transportation, how do we harness better this great continent that we have? And also touching on what a professor here has talked about, innovation hubs. How do we build innovation hubs in our locality, and how do we ensure that the tech hubs, the innovation hubs, are actually creating solutions that you're looking at? Maybe a last point is looking a lot into the policy and the regulatory alignment. Let me use the word alignment. And the reason for this is looking at a continent or even a sub-regional level. How can we be able to create policies that are harmonized across borders to enable it easier for us to do business with each other? And also the harmonization really does help ease the doing of business.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Alex. I'm going to bring back the minister from Comoros, if you could just put your translation device into French, because we heard the supply side. I want to go back to the demand side to see actually what did they speak to the minister. Puis on a encore le ministre, Monsieur le ministre, vous avez entendu les mesures d'accompagnement des Nations Unies, du secteur privé et aussi des universités. Ma question à vous, est-ce que ce sont ces accompagnements qui vous parlent? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres aspects sur lesquels vous souhaiteriez accompagner pour que vos priorités deviennent des réalités? Monsieur le ministre.
J'ai la parole?
Nous vous entendons. Allez-y, monsieur le ministre.
OK, merci beaucoup. Effectivement, je parlais tout à l'heure de la nécessité d'une coopération entre les pays d'une part, mais aussi entre les pays, les organisations et les entités internationales. C'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire, par exemple, dans ce cadre actuellement avec la CEA. Et je disais tout à l'heure aussi que c'est dans le cadre bilatéral. Il y a le gouvernement des États-Unis d'Amérique qui a lancé une initiative qu'ils appellent Partnership for Digital Access to Africa. Donc, c'est par rapport à tout cela. Pour les cas des Comores, tout ce que nous avons pu réaliser jusqu'à maintenant, c'est dans le cadre de la coopération avec la Banque mondiale pour ce qui est des infrastructures. Mais ce que je voulais revenir, c'est par rapport à ce que je considère comme étant très important. Tout est prioritaire, mais si on essaie de prioriser, je pense que l'investissement dans le capital humain, dans le cadre de la numérisation ou la digitalisation est très important pour tout le monde, quel que soit le niveau de développement actuellement. Donc, quand je parle de capital humain, c'est la formation, c'est l'éducation, c'est la promotion de la culture du numérique. Et ça doit se faire comme le font d'autres pays au nord, à partir de la base, à partir du primaire, et que ça soit continu jusqu'à tous les niveaux de l'éducation. Mais ce qui est important, c'est qu'il y a ceux qui vont se spécialiser, mais comme il y a la notion de transversalité dans ce secteur, je pense que quel que soit le type de formation que les gens vont suivre, quel que soit le domaine, mais il doit avoir dans le curriculum le volet du numérique. Maintenant, à charge maintenant de voir dans la spécialisation, dans la professionnalisation, dans les lycées professionnels, dans l'université, comment faire en sorte que tous nos pays puissent avoir cette première matière que je considère comme étant la plus importante, surtout que il faut en former plus parce que le constat, c'est que tout ce qu'on a formé jusqu'à maintenant dans la plupart de nos pays est pris ailleurs, soit par les pays du Nord, soit par les organisations internationales. Et la seule solution, c'est de former plus, le maximum possible. Sinon, on restera toujours à la traîne.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le ministre. I want to turn the conversation now to the audience, to bring you into the conversation before I go back to our panel members. Only one condition, if you can just state your name and be as brief as possible in your intervention and ask the question or make a comment so we can go back to our panel members. I understand there's a microphone circulating, if I am not mistaken. So if you could just raise your hand and say who you are, what do you work for, and give us a very, very brief question so we can go back to the panelists. There's a mic here. The mic is on this way, so who else wants to take the floor? I see there, let's keep it a gender balance. We'll get to you, okay. Hang on a second, there's a mic here. And please keep it short.
Okay, good morning. My name is Abdoulaye Salifo. I am the Chief Education at UNESCO Liaison Office, Addis Ababa. I want first of all to thank all the panelists, particularly my colleague from UNESCO, but also my sister from UNDP. Why UNDP first? Because University of Tombouctou, it's historical university for us. And in 2006, UNESCO and Agence Universitaire de la Francophonie organized the first global university continent. And let's say that for us, what she said, I feel proud when I was listening to her because she speaks like the era of digital transformation of higher education with emphasis on health tech, let's say, for instance, trade tech. So we need to support the ecosystem. And UNESCO is providing online training free of charge on AI big data with a certificate at the end of the training. And finally, I want also to say that UNESCO published two main guidance regarding first AI and advanced technology. The first one is the ethical recommendation, but last September, we published the guidance on generative AI in education and research. Particularly in the era of ChatGPT, we need to support the young, the ecosystem, in using AI, big data, Internet of Things, and others by respecting ethical and legal aspects of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the mic, just do me a favor, let's skip about thanking the panelists. I'll thank them on your behalf. So we can just get to the question directly, please. Thank you. I'm not sure the mic is working. We can't hear you. Can we get him a mic? Get her a mic that works?
Good morning. Oh, okay.
There you go. We can hear you. Go ahead.
It's got an angle. Sorry, I didn't realize. So my name is Sandra. The Startup Bay. I'm a young person who's helping build the pipeline for innovators back in Zimbabwe, and we've worked with UNESCO well. And I just want to highlight that Ms. Joy, what you highlighted, you spoke right to the core of what young people really want, how we're teaching science, technology, and innovation. And importantly, you said there would have been no the Silicon Valley without Stanford. And that speaks to the whole idea of universities working together. So there's a certain arm that I learned of called the Alliance for Entrepreneurial Universities, which is established under UNECA. I think that is a golden point. If we've got African universities coming together, working together, building, collaborating, exchanging in those innovation hubs, that works. Secondly, I just want to highlight the importance of innovation hubs and partnerships. So back in my home in Zimbabwe, our Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education has done so and built the infrastructure. But however, there's a part where they will stop, and I think it was highlighted that academia will stop at a certain point. And there needs to be a partnership to say, how do we better capacitate that? And I think that's something that we need to also look at from the private sector to say, what can we bring in place? And back where I work at LFA Trust, we're trying to help build that. And And lastly, I want to speak about just innovation in this point. We cannot talk about building innovation, building STI, when there's not going to be uptake of whatever you're building. So there has to be a certain uptake of, if you're encouraging me as a young person to build something, there has to be who's going to buy it, where's the technology transfer, etc., etc. So that needs to be a whole pipeline. But all in all, this is an amazing panel. I wish there were more young people right here. This is exactly the conversation we want to hear and we want to be part of. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, we're very young people here. Let me just see if I see hands on the back there. No, hold on the back. Just over there. Professeur, je reviens vers vous. All right, if you could just state your name, go ahead. Where's the mic? It's on the back, isn't it?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity.
Could you please stand up so we can see you?
Okay,
and
thank you.
Please keep it short, please, short.
My name is Jatani. I am the East African Pastoralist Ambassador. The community that almost this conference forgets. No one talk from the first day to up to today about the pastoralist community. 25% of African people are pastoralist community. Out of the pastoralist community, like out of the world, 50% is exist or live in Africa. We are talking about the inclusion. We are talking about the innovation. We are talking about the AIE. Borana people say, Iyesi wanguma dubbata, duresi wamura dubbata. That means other are talking about IA, about the innovation, about the cloud seedling, but are talking about the basic education.
Excuse me, what is the question?
So my question is, the successful, for now, the current status of SDG is 12%. But we are only left with 5 years if we are taking as example the agenda of 2030. How can we succeed or achieve all these 17% that we have now left with 88%? The second question is, Africa Union Organization, or AOU, is actually here in Addis Ababa or in Africa. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, but the continent that led by the oldest still now. So why you are stealing our tomorrows? Why are African leaders stealing the youth's tomorrows?
Thank you very much. We have to leave it like that.
Another one, to amplify the towards inclusion of the youth participant. So the African leaders must give the place for the youth, and all the leaders, as well as the organization with their UN, UNDP, please consider about the pastoralist community. If you understand the drought from 21 to 2023, let example taking the Chad, the Somali, the Tanzania and the Ethiopia, we lost more than 15 million livestock, which is like $40 billion. So this is a loss for the Africa. We are talking the Africa is our richest. But if we ignore those pastoralists or those resources, how can we succeed this SDG? Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So who said that technology was not passionate? We saw some passion going on there in the sector. I'm going to get the last question. Professor, you're going to keep it very short because give you the microphone. Now, actually, now, hang on a second, Professor. Professor, hold on.
Oui, merci.
Professor, un instant. I'm going to respect the gender balance. There's a lady in the back that will ask for the floor. Please, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you to our esteemed panelists for very encouraging messages. Now, One point I would like to make before I ask a question is that we hear again and again from African governments how SNT is important for planning, for making decisions, and so forth. However, when it comes to implementation and allocation of budgets, we don't see this in action. It does sound like lip service. So my question to those who are from governments is, why are SNT budgets always the least? And whenever there are budget cuts, they are the first to be cut. And secondly, to those who are from academia, what I'd like to know is, how can scientists make sure that what comes out of science and technology and research finds its way to policymakers so that it can inform policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll get one last professor, and we'll go back to our panel members. Go ahead, Professor.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le modérateur, pour la parole, le Président. Je me nomme Esime Boniface Mbokolo, je suis professeur à l'Université de Kinshasa, chercheur au Centre de recherche en sciences humaines et directeur général du Centre national pour la recherche sur le changement climatique, basé à Kinshasa, République démocratique du Congo. Je voudrais intervenir ici, j'aurais des préoccupations à poser aux intervenants, mais je voudrais intervenir sur la transformation digitale. Eh bien, la transformation digitale, c'est un puissant accélérateur du développement en Afrique. Elle permet de répondre à des défis territoriaux, agricoles, sanitaires, financiers. À ce titre, le numérique a des impacts considérables sur les objectifs du développement durable. Mes préoccupations sont les suivantes.
D'accord.
Comment combler la fracture numérique et donner aux populations locales, par exemple, la possibilité de se familiariser avec les nouvelles technologies?
Merci beaucoup.
La deuxième question, la dernière d'ailleurs, comment la digitalisation peut-elle agir sur les ODD? Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Professor. I tell you, we can spend a whole day on this topic. It's so passionate, and I can see. Let me see if I remember all the questions that we raised. Question number one, what do we need to do to actually foster the ecosystem of innovation and science? Second question was about how do we reform our academic curriculum to make sure we reflect digital and science and innovation? Third question, how do we foster innovation, as from our sister from Zimbabwe? And then fourth question was about the SDGs. Time is running out. How do we actually meet that objective under the SDG? Fifth question, how do we make sure the young people actually are involved in digitalization and innovation? The other question was, how do we make sure our budget reflects our ambition and what we want for the sector? And sixth question was about the academic research that come out of our university. How do we utilize them? And then also the last question was on the SDG, but more importantly also, how do we foster digital transformation of the continent? I told you I'm a young person, I remember all the questions that has been asked so far, but those are some of the questions that came from the floor. I'm gonna start with my UN colleagues, just to reflect on the ecosystem and then maybe some of the SDGs. And then we're delighted to be joined by Ethiopia on stage, and I'll come back to you to get your perspective. So over to you, Professor and Joy. What do you think about what you heard so far?
Thank you very much, SG. I think that we have to understand the opportunity before us, which is this point around acceleration. We have to think about the type of development programming that touches where the lady from Zimbabwe is, understands what she's doing, and invests resources into taking that forward. It means we have to unlearn or leave some of the approaches that we have. Or we have to also understand that there's a space for policy and strategy, and then there's a space for coming together to do. And therefore, it's really about the sorts of partnerships that allow for innovation to touch what the SDGs are truly about, which is creating wealth. And therefore, innovation for Made in Africa. We have the African Continental Free Trade Area. We're not thinking about who is creating the technology and the innovation that will spark the industrialization on the continent of Africa. And therefore, we have to think smart and we have to do smart. That is why Timbuktu is extremely important. I come back to that. Because if you think about it, the verticals are around what will accelerate: agri-tech, health tech, trade tech. And so I'd like to close off with this point around who owns the wealth in the innovation of Africa. And that's why intellectual property rights are extremely important. The lady from Zimbabwe, the pipeline she's talking about, these are the ideas of young people. These are the businesses and the ventures of young Africans. If we don't get IPR right, we won't own the wealth. What is SDG about? Prosperity for all. And therefore, we must engineer, and that's why in all of the university innovation pods of Timbuktu, we have what we call the Technology Transfer Office, that young Africans create, young Africans own, but that even as they create and own, they're solving for Made in Africa.
Thank you. And then, Professor, anything to add to what's been said from your perspective?
Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to add a couple of points here. Here, it's important for us to really look at increased investment, in STI and infrastructure. It's really important, really, to make sure we have that, we get that right. Talking about the RD centers, we're talking about technology hubs, and so on. Again, we also here to pay so much attention when it comes to capacity building. We're looking at education and skill development, taking into account also the AI and other technologies. It's important to pay attention to that. Again, the lady from Zimbabwe also said the point on the partnership and collaboration. We have the instrument, the open science and so on is actually a very important instrument. We should pay attention to that. And then again, look at the HTR, or it should be important for us to look at evidence and include HTR policies. I would like to stop here at the moment. Thank you.
Excellent. From Professor, another Professor, my brother from Kenya. So the question to you, tremendous research coming out of African universities. How do we capitalize on all that knowledge and expertise that come from our universities to make sure they're actually part of the solutions?
Yeah, thank you for that question. One of the things that has been created at the UNECA is the Origin Research and Innovations Lab. And one of the things it's trying to do is to address that gap between basically the solutions that we get in the universities and the application in the industry. And the way to do that sometimes is to start addressing research problems or identifying research problems by engaging with the industry and engaging with what we call the communities who own the problem. Then from that, we can quickly establish if solutions exist in the universities, and if they do, they go to solve those problems. If they do not, then we engage in the business of creating them. So you engage in research that already has an end use in mind, right from the beginning. So that's an approach that we are trying to implement under the auspices of Origin Research and Innovation Lab. The other thing is that we need to also create a capacity. The lady from Zimbabwe did ask about all these innovations and solutions that come up. Do they end up solving the problems that they are meant to solve? So we need to create the capacity of the universities and capacity of also the innovation hubs, including what my colleague here has indicated, building the technology transfer offices. Right. And that also means creating the capacity to identify the full value chains so that when we start with the solutions, we are able to also build local markets for them and also international markets for them, and then also ensure that the people, the innovators who are involved in those engagements are also able to operate within those global chains.
All right, let me move to Google, because you heard a very strong statement from our audience talking about the youth, innovation, entrepreneurship on the continent. So my question to you, what exactly Google can do to support and nurture that innovation and young people on the continent who are so eager to get into entrepreneurship?
Thank you so much. Maybe let me throw a word around Timbuktu, and then I can get to your question. The reason for that is that as Google, we have an initiative.
Just hang on a second, Professor. Can you turn your microphone off? There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's an initiative at Google we call Google Arts and Culture, which is an effort as a company to collaborate with local players, historians, researchers, etc., to digitize our histories and unique features. For example, we've actually digitized the Timbuktu manuscripts, about 40,000 of them, so you can actually go online to be able to learn and experience on that. But coming back to the question, so one of the things for us as Google, we see huge value and opportunity in the young people. We know all about what we call the demographic opportunity in Africa in terms of the population, the youthfulness of the population, and even looking into 20, 30 years whereby Africa will probably have the largest workforce. And so we see huge opportunity. And narrowing down to entrepreneurship, one of the things we are doing is that we have an initiative at Google called the Hustle Academy. This is an initiative here in Africa whereby we are looking at people who are running small businesses, people who have startups or looking in terms of scaling up their businesses, whereby we provide training for them. So even if you're running a small business, in terms of how can you leverage on digital tools and services to enable your business grow. If you're a startup, we're looking into providing even mentorship opportunities. In some instances, we provide funding. For example, we have an initiative we call the Black Founders Fund, which is funding businesses run by Africans. And apart from that as well, as business, we also provide technology support. So same thing for the startups, because one of the biggest barriers is being able to get access to cutting edge technologies. So we support them a lot in terms of that particular area, and also in terms of building their business skills. So how can you become, because a lot of times we find a lot of the startups, they have the technical know-how, but how do you translate that into an actual business, into an actual product or service that you can be able to provide? So through these programs, you're able to actually work, and I've been working with a lot of African companies and young people across the continent. And finally, looking in terms of the question of inclusivity as well, we do provide digital skills. And the digital skills, we are looking in terms of who are the most marginalized in Africa, whether it's an issue of gender, whether it's an issue of location or level of learning, in terms of ensuring that you're able to have at least the basic digital skills to be able to thrive in this digital world.
I'm sure you're going to be very popular among the young people during the break. They will certainly come and talk to you and say how they access this opportunity. I don't know if you have the Minister of Comoros online, still online. Monsieur le Ministre, je reviens vers vous parce qu'il a été question, je pense, dans une des interventions, comment on peut s'assurer que dans les budgets de nos pays respectifs, il y a quand même une allocation significative pour refléter l'ambition que nos pays ont par rapport au secteur. Est-ce que vous voyez dans le cadre du Comore un budget qui monte, un budget qui descend, un budget qui est en croissance? Parlez-nous un petit peu de la situation financière, de l'engagement financier du pays.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Effectivement, comme on dit, les fonds, c'est le nerf de la guerre, hein. Donc, en ce qui concerne les Comores, je disais tout à l'heure que les pays ne sont pas tous au même niveau de développement par rapport aux 6 secteurs que j'ai personnellement identifiés comme étant prioritaires. Donc, comme on dit, il faut gratter là où ça vous démange. Donc, en ce qui concerne les Comores, il y a des secteurs que nous estimons que nous avons un grand besoin, notamment en ce qui concerne l'assistance technique et le budget qui va avec. J'ai omis de dire tout à l'heure que parmi les institutions que nous avons mis en place, il y a la nouvelle chambre du numérique, et cette institution a besoin ce qu'on appelle un appui institutionnel pour son fonctionnement, d'une part, mais aussi par rapport à la capacité technique et intellectuelle. Le grand défaut que nous avons au Comores aujourd'hui, c'est surtout l'aspect intellectuel. Donc, tout appui technique, bien sûr, qui serait couvert par un aspect financier, serait le bienvenu pour nous. Et nous travaillons beaucoup de sorte à augmenter le budget national lié au secteur du numérique. Le mois de juin prochain, nous allons tenir des assises nationales sur l'éducation, Et parmi les orientations qui seront dans ces assises, c'est justement l'introduction du volet numérique comme pilier dans le cadre de la formation à tous les niveaux. Donc cela, bien sûr, va demander un appui, je vais dire un budget substantiel qui viendra peut-être multiplier par 2 le budget alloué à l'éducation jusqu'à maintenant. Donc, je ne sais pas si j'ai pu répondre à votre question.
Absolument, vous avez répondu à la question. On voit l'engagement de votre gouvernement du point de vue budget. So we're going to come back and get a last statement before we wrap up from Dr. Keskis from Ethiopia, who is the technology advisor of the Minister of Innovation and Technology. So my question to you, Doctor, we know across the world there is a very vibrant and strong, well-educated Ethiopian diaspora. What exactly is your government doing in not only attracting them back on the continent, in your country, but making them to be part of the solution? What are you doing exactly in fostering that return home?
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. Yeah, this is a critical topic of discussion, I guess. And I mean, African countries, as you know, we have a huge crowd of diaspora across the world who can actually serve back to the continent. And of course, we need to leverage the expertise of the African diaspora in various ways, but I would just like to mention a few of them. So the first one would be in networking and collaboration. By that, the African governments actually need to create platforms for networking and collaboration between the African diaspora, the local community, and of course the expertise here back in the continent, and of course entrepreneurs and innovators in the continent. So if we facilitate such connections through different event programs, it could be of workshops, conferences, mentorship programs, or online platforms for exchange of expertise, knowledge, and skills and ideas, or even best practices in the countries where they are actually living. The second one could be knowledge transfer and skill development. In that case, we need to tap into the expertise of the African diaspora to transfer the knowledge they acquire, and of course, the skills they got through education, and of course, through a day-to-day life they experience it in their countries. And of course, this can be done through training, workshops, capacity building platforms or initiatives, and so on. The other option or opportunity that we may need to consider is the investment and funding. So by that, we need to encourage the African diaspora members to come back and invest, and of course, support the startup initiatives and the other initiatives in their countries back home in Africa. The fourth option could be the entrepreneurship support. So since we expect that they have huge experience there in terms of entrepreneurship development and startup incubation and innovation. So we need to establish incubators and accelerators and innovation hubs so that those centers actually need to be facilitated or co-run by the African diaspora and of course the local experts. We have a lot to talk about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, unfortunately, as I say, we can go on the whole day on this topic. But let me start so we can just wrap up. Starting with Google, and I'm going to ask each of you in 30 seconds, what is the message you want us to take away from this conversation? Is there anything you want to say as either a strong recommendation, an idea, or a suggestion that you want us to take away from this conversation? In 30 seconds, go ahead.
1 second. So I think one, and I'll probably mirror or borrow a bit from, I think it's the Minister from Mauritania who spoke on this at the beginning of the week. The whole question about measurement, and I'll add sustainability. And here I think is whereby as Africa we need to look at how can we be more data-driven in terms of how we measure impact. So what are those indicators we can put, and how do we track them, and also how do we ensure that we're able to course correct as you go along? Because now, looking at it from the experience of a private sector or a tech company especially, innovation and technology is shifting very fast. So how can we be able to have where we are measuring our impact and we're able to course correct and really ensure that we are achieving our goals. And the last one is also in terms of local ownership. How do we harness more and more local ownership in terms of the questions around technology transfer? How, because part of it is even not, it's not an issue of transferring technology from outside the continent. It's really, there's amazing examples that have been shared this week. So how can we even cross-learn and cross-fertilize within the continent?
Absolutely. So I'm not going to get the 30-second response. So Professor, over to you. In 30 seconds, what's the message?
We need to develop mechanisms of working with the communities and mainstream that in our education system, because the communities are also the producers of the diaspora, and through them, through the community, we can access immense resources. So if we perfect the mechanism of working with the communities and working with them on the programs, we can accelerate the transformation we require and realization of the SDGs.
Thank you, Professor Joy. What will be your message?
Partnerships of impact, PPPs. Timbuktu is about partnerships of impact. The government of Rwanda is hosting it in Kigali, has put $3 million in the foundation. Many more African governments are coming on stream. And so the message from me to you is stay tuned and keep an eye out for Timbuktu. But above all, join us on this journey of rising from Timbuktu to Africa's future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joy. Professor?
For me, I'll be looking at three key messages. The first one being mobilizing the power of connectivity, and then collaboration and open science. So we've been about building strong institutions, SC institutions, some capacity building, zero key here, including AI and other innovative technologies. And lastly, action, action, and action.
Yeah, you can say it again, action and actions. So Professor, Doctor, what will be your message?
Yeah, I fully really share the speaker before me that we have been talking a lot, and of course, due to a little bit of the open access opportunities we have in Africa and of course across the world, we have all the exposures, I would say. But in terms of implementation and action, still we are really lagging behind. And we need to focus on action, start little, and of course, dream big and go for that.
Excellent. Monsieur le ministre, vous êtes encore là. Quels seraient les messages de la fin en ce qui vous concerne, étant le représentant du gouvernement sur ce panel? S'il est encore là, il est là, Monsieur le ministre?
Je suis là, cher ami, je suis là.
Voilà.
Ce que je vais
quelques secondes, c'est quoi le message de la fin?
Le message que je pourrais livrer ici, c'est je vais revenir sur la nécessité d'investir, de promouvoir le capital humain, c'est-à-dire la formation. Et je suis très content qu'on parle de l'initiative de l'Université de Tombouctou parce que formation et capital humain sera mieux acquis lorsqu'il y aura ce que nous avons appelé l'appropriation locale. Nous avons vu que plus c'est approprié, plus ça reste et ça dure. Donc, capital humain, je pense que nous devons beaucoup plus investir là-dessus.
Excellent. So, as you heard it, so key takeaway, we have to be able to measure success so we can at least say that we're being impactful. Second message, the youth is extremely important. We need to empower them and get them involved. Third message, we need to involve the local communities, so it could be actually community driven. Fourth message, partnership matters. We can all come together and be part of the solutions. Last two messages, action, and action is important. Let's just walk the walk and talk the talk. Last question, equally important, we cannot achieve our ambition unless we get the right human capital from the ministers. And that brings us to the end of our panel. Can you give them a big round of applause to our panelists? And it has, again, my name is Ibrahima Sheikh Diong. I'm a United Nations Assistant Secretary General and the Director General of the African Risk Capacity. Was involved in climate resilience, both for the African Union and the United Nations. And as I said earlier, we are delighted now to welcome the chair of our session, the Minister of Higher Education and Research for Mauritania, who's going to have the final word for our conversation before we wrap up. So thank you very much. You are free to go back to your seat. Thank you. You can sit up only as the Minister gives us the final word. The Minister, over to you.
Salam alaikum, merci tout le monde, les représentants et les délégués. Tout d'abord, je m'excuse du retard indépendant de ma volonté. Avant de conclure, je vais apporter ma petite contribution par rapport à cette session. Il est établi que le développement durable de l'Afrique est tributaire, je ne cesserai de le répéter, à ce forum, dépend de l'accès du continent à la souveraineté scientifique et technologique. Ce qui revient au premier chef à la réalisation de l'efficacité et de l'efficience de l'éducation et de la formation. Éradiquer la pauvreté, assurer le bien-être de tous les Africains, disposer d'infrastructures structurantes pour tout le continent, construire une industrie de transformation créatrice de valeur ajoutée extra, tout est lié à la bonne éducation et à la formation de notre jeunesse. Aussi, la redéfinition des programmes d'enseignement et de recherche aussi doit être l'une des priorités de nos gouvernements pour faire de ces programmes le reflet des problèmes réels du continent, des blocages au niveau du secteur productif, notamment l'agriculture, l'élevage et l'agroalimentaire, qui sont les leviers du développement de notre pays, de nos pays et des besoins en développement de chaque État. Ceci nous guidera vers la mise en place des parcours de formation de base et de mise en place des parcours de formation de base et de recherche, facilitant la valorisation de la recherche appliquée, par conséquent la stimulation de l'innovation. Nous devons aussi impliquer le secteur privé dans le cadre de partenariats publics-privés décomplexés et innovants. En Mauritanie, nous l'avons bien compris depuis longtemps. Et à ce jour même, là où nous parlons, nous avons une rencontre dans notre capitale Nouakchott, une rencontre des entreprises, de notre diaspora, de l'université et de la recherche pour discuter un peu d'une synergie ensemble pour le développement de notre pays. Il s'agirait enfin d'orienter la formation vers les métiers d'avenir, le numérique, les statistiques, l'intelligence artificielle et les métiers verts, et bien entendu d'allier des ressources nécessaires à l'éducation et à la formation, de motiver les enseignants et de doter les chercheurs de laboratoires modernes et puissants. En tant que président du du 10e Forum africain sur le développement durable, je trouve que relever les défis locaux et continentaux en matière de développement réside dans la collaboration entre les gouvernements, le monde universitaire et les promoteurs industriels, avec pour finalité de combler les lacunes de notre continent en matière de maîtrise de connaissances et de leur mise en service. La première des stratégies à envisager pour ce faire est la mise en place des conditions nécessaires pour le rejetage des plateformes et laboratoires de recherche et des structures d'enseignement supérieur de nos pays, entre elles d'abord et avec les promoteurs industriels ensuite. Cela permettra, par exemple, de créer des incubateurs actifs qui attirent le monde industriel et incitent nos jeunes universitaires chercheurs à l'innovation, de valoriser les résultats de la recherche, de protéger la propriété intellectuelle. L'insertion entre le capital financier et le capital scientifique à l'échelle continentale sous la supervision et l'encadrement des gouvernements est aujourd'hui ce qui nous manque le plus pour assurer le décollage de l'Afrique avec ses propres moyens Et c'est ce qu'il nous faut, aussi bien au niveau de chaque pays à part et au niveau de notre continent dans sa globalité. Je remercie les intervenants et les délégués pour le travail très riche accompli et bien sûr le modérateur pour avoir bien pu gérer le temps. Sur ce, nous allons procéder à un arrêt de 30 minutes avant de reprendre. Je vous remercie.
Allô? Oui. Oui. Mhm. Mhm. Ah, d'accord. D'accord. Oui. Ah, oui, c'est ce que je veux faire parce qu'on a presque terminé dans 10 minutes, hein. Oui, oui, on a presque terminé. Presque. Ils sont en train de faire du blabla là, hein. Je suis à Golden Tulip et je pense que mon chauffeur est là, oui. Donc, je suis prêt. Ah, d'accord. Est-ce que vous pouvez partager l'adresse de Sibyl, hein, l'adresse de Sibyl et l'adresse de... D'accord. OK. OK. À tout à l'heure. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, and development stakeholders, on behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Deputy Secretary of NCA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum would foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's input to the Summit of the Future, to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. AFSP 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socioeconomic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSP 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent sur le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette sur les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'atteindre un plus grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, qui sont sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Je suis persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abibatu Wan, Chief Official of Ethiopia, Head of the United Nations Youth Agency Organization. The STEM session in the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development takes place at the same time of when African member states continue to face different economic crisis and socio-economic development challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFSD 10 will focus on critical action needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2060. We know that progress on most SDGs is on off track and is either moving much too slowly or regress below the 2015 baseline. However, as a UN entity that's mandated to promote safe, human, and orderly migration for the benefit of all, migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significantly to all aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and as such, is the key to achieving this goal. As IAM, we are tripling our effort together with stakeholders at national, regional, and regional levels to ensure the facilitation of SDG 7, which is to promote safe, regular, and responsible migration, and the implementation of well-managed migration policies, as well as Goal 13, climate action, and Goal 17, partnership growth, are brought back to track at scale. For example, on Goal 13, IAM is working to enhance understanding and respond to diverse vulnerabilities due to climate impact. On Goal 17, IAM plays a big role in supporting partnership in the new national, regional, and global level for better and more migration governance. We know this is not enough, but we are mobilizing action and leaving no stone unturned on this journey to secure the SDGs and get them on back. But it is doable in this life.
My name is Marcel Akovo, and I'm the Regional Director for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in East Africa. And I serve also as a representative to the African Union. As the lead UN agency mandated for human rights, my office is working to ensure that applicable human rights standards and principles are integrated into efforts to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. SDGs and their targets are framed to be fulfilled in compliance with the human rights standards, and OCHR has been engaged in showcasing the instrumental value of the centrality of the human rights. Human rights as problem-solving tool, and human rights as accelerator to SDGs, including the 6 identified as transition priorities, with catalytic effects across all SDGs. We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of the SDG 16. As the human rights commitments go unmet, violence increases, conflict evolves, inequality hampers inclusive decision-making, and corruption erodes the social fabric. We can't allow this to continue. OCHR reiterates its commitment and stands ready to deliver on that extremely important responsibility. I thank you.
The Kariba Dam, the largest man-made lake in the world by volume, built along the Zambezi River basin. The Zambezi River is the fourth largest river basin in Africa and home to the mighty Victoria Falls.
The Kariba Dam is the entire catchment, starting from where the Zambezi River starts, near the Congo border there, in northwestern Zambia, and also it includes all those tributaries coming from Angola, down all the way. The blue line indicates the Zambezi River itself, and then it falls into the Kariba Dam. And from Zimbabwe, you also have this catchment, which also brings in water into the Kariba.
Kariba, a shared energy source between Zambia and Zimbabwe, generates 1,080 megawatts for Zambia and 1,050 megawatts for Zimbabwe. Since the 1990s and as recently as 2019, the Zambezi Basin has experienced recurrent severe drought. Kariba hydropower has 10% of usable water for hydropower, while water flows at Victoria Falls dropped 11 centimeters below the 1995-1996 season.
We had the first ever flooded, which was happening in 1968-1969 season, which recorded the highest level of water we came to the 70s, it was also having a lot of water. The change started in the 90s. That's why we started seeing a bit of change of amount of water that is needed for the nation started reducing. Until when we reached in the 20s, I remember that was 2008 when we had another surplus of water. That was too much, and even at the dam, we couldn't hold the water. We have to release it. And we even announced to the locals to say, Zambezi River will open the spillway to release more water to pass so that the dam cannot burst or it cannot cause any damage. But I can tell you from that time in the early 20s to date, we have not done that.
Both Kariba South and North Power utilities curtailed their average generation to 250 megawatts in December 2022 due to decreased water levels.
I think I can roughly say for about 5 years back, that's when we observed a very serious decline in water level in the lake. That had never been seen before. And that situation has continued until now. But that is a huge implication now in terms of the productivity of the lake itself. We need a flooding, serious flooding to take place for the lake to fill up right now.
As a result, Zimbabwe struggled through 19 hours of load shedding, while Zambia had to deal with 6-hour power outages.
Right now, we're now talking about 2022, 2023 to be the worst. Yeah, what's very sad is that even now the inflows that we're receiving and water levels at the moment are still not as much as we can compare to last year, which means that there's a possibility of the repeat of the situation that we saw last year, which should be a wake-up call for us to start looking at options to mitigate the situation that we're seeing.
The Zambezi River provides the majority of Lake Kariba's inflows, accounting for 80%. Direct rainfall on the lake surface and tributaries provide the remaining 20% of it.
The inflows that come from during the rainfall season in December, all the way from Angola and so on, we get the maximum flood starting from April, March, April. That's when it reaches Kariba, and then all the way up to August, July, August. You see that the lake is full, but now that's not happening. There's just a slight increase, and then that's it.
Around 2019, there was actually a drought in the Zambezi, and upstream, it was unbelievable that we could actually walk to the riverbed, on the Zambezi, and we can also see, the adverse impacts on the inadequacy of water to generate electricity in the Kariba Dam. And right up to this day, we are still faced with the adverse impacts whereby there is not enough water for generation of electricity, particularly at the Kariba facilities.
Last year it was documented, I think around December. I think we had only a few days of power generation before we were cut off by the Zambezi River Authority to say, Kariba power station must stop power generation because there's a certain limit, where the power station is not allowed to draw down water for power generation. If I recall, Zambia had to allocate part of its water quota to Zimbabwe to enable the power.
Significant seasonal fluctuations with a clear cycle of floods and drought, which have a significant negative influence on energy production, way of life, and the economies of the basin. However, human activities have significantly impacted Zambezi ecology despite the temperature rise.
Is as a result of the human activities on the ground. If we never lost the forest cover, we would have not lost the perennial streams, there would have been no dams, there would have been less, if anything, the boreholes that people are using to abstract water from the ground.
The Zambezi River Authority, which manages Kariba Dam, says that during April and June, a notable rise in the Kariba Dam water level is observed. the time frame in which Lake Kariba's water levels are significantly influenced by the waters from the Barotse floodplain, which form part of the upper Zambezi catchment. But because of the rising temperatures, the Barotse loses about 1,500 millimeters of water annually from evaporation, which reduces the amount of water flowing into the lower Zambezi river system.
In terms of water values, the Barotse floodplain is almost like a sponge and almost like a basin type kind of formation, whereby you find that the lowland areas are almost like these lower part of my palms, and you've got then the margins of the Barotse floodplain, which then are surrounded by this upper forested area. And because of that, it extends over 270 in length and over 30K in width. Obviously, when it inundates or in terms of flooding, it can reach as high as 550,000 hectares. So it's a massive system that is almost breathing and contracting. You find that when water comes, it sort of swells and then comes up. So it's, in a way, it almost acts like the lungs of the system. In terms of where the Barotse floodplain sits, it sits right in the middle of two agroecological regions, which are characterized by difference in precipitation, in temperature, but also in humidity. Upwards of the Barotse floodplain is where you've got the high rainfall areas, and then below it is where you've got areas of low rainfall areas. And because of that, you can almost see like a transition between very high rainfall areas and also very low rainfall areas. And in that way, it then sort of acts like a sponge that slowly releases water from these headwaters to the regions that don't necessarily receive a lot of rainfall. And because of that, then it plays this function of water security, not only for the region, the community, but also downstream communities for the region. And in terms of energy production, we all know that it then also serves as this ecological infrastructure that supplies areas like the Kariba Dam to produce energy.
The prospecting for new minerals, logging of indigenous trees like rosewood and African teak through forest concessions, the conversion of forest areas for agriculture and increased development all poses threats to the Barotse floodplain and upper Zambezi. This is despite the fact that the Barotse serves an important ecological function for Lake Kariba.
There is actually a proven scientific cycle that the trees provide the rain cycle itself. 80% of the rainfall that we have comes from tree transpiration. This is why in a desert you don't find sufficient rainfall. It tells you a story. A desert does not have huge cover for forest. There's minimum forest cover, and their rainfall pattern is actually very low. Where there are huge forests, the rainfall pattern is high. Just not far away from here, the Congo Basin. The rainfall pattern in the Congo Basin is larger than the rainfall pattern we have in Zambia. Why? It's because of the size of the forest cover they have there. They have bigger trees which are measuring diameter 5 meters. Some of them go as high as 80 meters high. In Zambia, the tallest tree is only about 23 meters. So the larger the stock of forest cover, the actually maximum rainfall you expect to have in that area. The reason why the agroecological region has been shifted is purely to do with the change, the conversion induced by people who have cut the trees that were sustaining the microclimate that supports rainfall.
One of them, I think, has been large-scale infrastructure projects, whether it be, for example, in the mining sector. We now know, particularly, for example, in the headwaters of the Kabompo, which is now being coined as a new copper belt because of the increase in mining exploration as well as mining. I think most recently, in last year, where we heard, for example, a new commitment by First Quantum Mining in trying to invest more money, a total of $1.3 billion US dollars in trying to upscale the mining efforts around the Northwest province there. So obviously that has got the potential to affect key recharge areas and forest areas that, for example, act as supply areas for surface water as well as groundwater. And so obviously associated with mining comes obviously the push for energy, sort of a coupled demand between infrastructure but also the push for energy. And this energy comes in, you want to then dam several areas. But I think what has lagged behind is really the research angle to it. in terms of understanding, for example, if we're going to dam several places on the Zambezi, what's the impact, for example, on these ecological values that we're talking about?
Zambia, Angola, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, Botswana, and Namibia all share the Zambezi River Basin as a transboundary water resource. To manage the shared water resource responsibly, transnational cooperation is essential.
The instruments that have been developed so far include the Zambezi strategic plan, which is a long-term strategic plan focusing on the key pillars that the region needs to focus in order to address the challenges. Another instrument of cooperation also includes the procedure for notification of planned measures in each of the riparian states. Knowing what your neighbor, your partners is planning to do is also assisting, creating that transparency, but also knowing if there are any impacts of the developments that the other country is maybe impacting on the countries that are downstream or upstream. Another procedure which has been developed
The Kariba Dam, the largest man-made lake in the world by volume built along the Zambezi River Basin. The Zambezi River is the fourth largest river basin in Africa and home to the mighty Victoria Falls.
The Kariba Dam is the entire catchment, starting from where the Zambezi River starts, near the Congo border there, in northwestern Zambia, and also it includes all those tributaries coming from Angola, down all the way. The blue line indicates the Zambezi River itself, and then it falls into the Kariba Dam. And from Zimbabwe, you also have this catchment, which also brings in water into the Kariba.
Kariba, a shared energy source between Zambia and Zimbabwe, generates 1,080 megawatts for Zambia and 1,050 megawatts for Zimbabwe. Since the 1990s and as recently as 2019, the Zambezi Basin has experienced recurrent severe droughts. Kariba Hydropower Dam water levels dropped to 10% of usable water for hydropower, while water flows at Victoria Falls dropped 11 centimeters below the 1995-1996 season.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will just to announce that we'll start the next session at 11:30. So, as we have also the visit of the knowledge fair, we'll just postpone by by 20 minutes. So we'll start at 11:30 the next session. La prochaine session démarrera à 11h30. Il y a la foire du savoir au niveau le plus bas. Donc n'hésitez pas à aller visiter également. Et nous reprenons les travaux à 11h30. Merci.
The Kariba Dam, the largest man-made lake in the world by volume, built along the Zambezi River basin. The Zambezi River is the fourth largest river basin in Africa and home to the mighty Victoria Falls.
The Kariba Dam is the entire catchment, starting from where the Zambezi River starts, near the Congo border there, in northwestern Zambia, and also it includes all those tributaries coming from Angola, down all the way. The blue line indicates the Zambezi River itself, and then it falls into the Kariba Dam. And from Zimbabwe, you also have this catchment, which also brings in water into the Kariba.
Kariba, a shared energy source between Zambia and Zimbabwe, generates 1,080 megawatts for Zambia and 1,050 megawatts for Zimbabwe. Since the 1990s and as recently as 2019, the Zambezi Basin has experienced recurrent severe droughts. Kariba Hydropower Dam water levels dropped to 10% of usable water for hydropower, while water flows at Victoria Falls dropped 11 centimeters below the 1995-1996 season.
We had the first ever flooded, which was happening in 1968-1969 season, which recorded the highest level of water. We came to the 70s, it was also having a lot of water. The change started in the 90s. That's why we started seeing a bit of change of amount of water that is needed for generation started reducing. Until when we reached in the 20s, I remember that was 2008 when we had another surplus of water. That was too much, and even at the dam, we couldn't hold the water. We have to release it. And we even announced to the locals to say, Zambezi River will open the spillway gate to release more water to pass, so that
The Kariba Dam, the largest man-made lake in the world by volume, built along the Zambezi River basin. The Zambezi River is the fourth largest river basin in Africa and home to the mighty Victoria Falls.
The Kariba Dam is the entire catchment, starting from where the Zambezi River starts, near the Congo border there, in northwestern Zambia, and also it includes all those tributaries coming from Angola, down all the way. The blue line indicates the Zambezi River itself, and then it falls into the Kariba Dam. And from Zimbabwe, you also have this catchment, which also brings in water into the Kariba.
Kariba, a shared energy source between Zambia and Zimbabwe, generates 1,080 megawatts for Zambia and 1,050 megawatts for Zimbabwe. Since the 1990s and as recently as 2019, the Zambesi Basin has experienced recurrent severe droughts. Kariba Hydropower Dam water levels dropped to 10% of usable water for hydropower, while water flows at Victoria Falls dropped 11 centimeters below the 1995-1996 season.
We had the first ever flooded, which was happening in 1968-1969 season, which recorded the highest level of water. We came to the 70s, it was also having a lot of water. The change started in the 90s. That's why we started seeing a bit of change of amount of water that is needed for generation started reducing. Until when we reached in the 20s, I remember that was 2008 when we had another surplus of water. That was too much, and even at the dam, we couldn't hold the water. We have to release it. And we even announced to the locals to say, Zambezi River will open the spillway gate to release more water to pass, so that the dam cannot burst or it cannot cause anything. But I can tell you from that time in the early 20s to date, we have not done that.
Both Kariba South and North Power utilities curtailed their average generation to 250 megawatts in December 2022 due to decreased water levels.
I think I can roughly say for about 5 years back, that's when we observed a very serious decline in water level in the lake. That had never been seen before. And that situation has continued until now. But that has huge implications now in terms of the productivity of the lake itself. We need a flooding, serious flooding to take place for the lake to fill up right now.
As a result, Zimbabwe struggled through 19 hours of load shedding, while Zambia had to deal with 6-hour power outages.
Right now, we're now talking about 2022-2023 to be the worst. Yeah, what's very sad is that even now the inflows that we're receiving and water levels at the moment are still not as much as we can compare to last year, which means that there's a possibility of the repeat of the situation that we saw last year, which should be a wake-up call for us to start looking at options to mitigate the situation that we're seeing.
The Zambezi River provides the majority of Lake Kariba's inflow, accounting for 80%. Direct rainfall on the lake surface and tributaries provide the remaining 20% of the water.
The inflows that come from during the rainfall season, from December all the way from Angola and so on, we get the maximum flood starting from March, April. That's when it reaches Kariba. And then, all the way up to about August, July, August. You see that the lake is full. But now that's not happening. It is just a slight increase and then that's it.
Around 2019, there was actually a drought in the Zambezi, and upstream, it was unbelievable that, we could actually walk to the riverbed, on the Zambezi. And we can also see, the adverse impacts on the inadequacy of water to generate electricity in the Kariba Dam. And right up to this day, we are still faced with the adverse impacts whereby there is not enough water for generation of electricity, particularly at the Kariba
facilities. Last year it was documented, I think around December. I think we had only a few days of power generation before we were cut off by the Zambezi River Authority. To say, Kariba Power Station must stop power generation because there's a certain limit, where the power station is not allowed to draw down water for power generation. If I recall, Zambia had to allocate part of its water quota to Zimbabwe to enable the power station to continue running.
The Zambesi Basin has high level of natural climate variability. The river and its tributaries are prone to significant seasonal fluctuations with a clear cycle of floods and drought, which have a significant negative influence on energy production, way of life, and the economies of the basin. However, human activities have significantly impacted the Zambesi ecology despite the temperature rise.
Now, when you look at what is happening, you would think it's natural cause to a large extent. For me, even the climatic variation is as a result of the human activities on the ground. If we never lost the forest cover, we would have not lost the perennial streams, there would have been no dams, there would have been less, if anything, the boreholes that people are using to abstract water from the ground.
The Zambezi River Authority, which manages Kariba Dam,
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, thank you for being here. Sorry for the slight delay. We're gonna restart our work. Agenda item number 10, if I'm not mistaken. Please apologize if there is for any confusion for the agenda item. But we'll start with the presentation from the major groups. As you know, the major groups, they met on the 22nd for the entire day. They had a workshop to discuss the different issues, and they came up with strong key messages. So let me invite our very good friend Kofi Kankam to come to share with the forum the main messages of these deliberations from the major groups, and then so you can also have some reaction towards these key messages. So Kofi, please join me on the stage, and you have the floor. You want to be seated or in here? As you want. Okay. I leave you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nassim. And good morning to you all, and welcome to my presentation. I'm Kofi Kankam from Ghana, and the co-chair of the African Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Other Stakeholders. In delivering our key messages in conformity with reinforcing and accelerating the implementation of the two agendas, we have this to say. That is, out of an inclusive process, the African Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Other Stakeholders wishes to present a few key messages, among others, to serve wherever this may, to help fast-track the SDG, to help fast-track the two agendas. The current polycrisis, the climate chaos, the Russian-Ukraine war, and global health emergencies has resulted in sub-Saharan Africa registering reversals in its gains. Inequality continues in many countries, and currently in sub-Saharan Africa, an estimated 556 million people are living in multi-dimensional poverty, with 82% of them in rural areas. 7 out of 10 children live in extreme poverty. To mitigate this ever-increasing poverty for countries to attain the no poverty level on the continent, we call upon African governments to the following, or make the following calls. Intensify efforts in formulating inclusive policies which aims at improving their economies, protecting the most vulnerable, and creating more decent and quality jobs while empowering women and youth. We prioritize for them to prioritize addressing multidimensional poverty through pro and people-centered legal and policy frameworks and regulations by enforcing the concept of new social contract that is human-centric for just transition. We also call for the review and update of existing social protection policies to address the current gaps in inclusive financing and public service delivery for all by implementing social protection, taking care of citizens through their life cycle as outlined in the ILO standards, in which governments are encouraged to spend at least 7% of national budgets. And lastly, we call upon them to strengthen social dialogue mechanisms to empower citizens. On goal 2, worsened by the rapid population growth, the African continent is witnessing a steady rise in the number of hungry people suffering from malnutrition, with nearly 270 million people suffering from various levels of food insecurity due to complex set of human and natural causes. As a result, we call on our governments to review and adjust the CAADP implementation with concrete measures to produce, process, and distribute African food in Africa by Africans, including through the operationalization of the AU Agribusiness Apex body and the promotion of inclusive agricultural value chains that protect the environment, fight climate change, and improve equitable access to land for smallholder farmers, especially women and youth, to achieve food and nutrition security in Africa. We also call upon them to invest in sustainable food production systems and health nutrition by implementing resilient agricultural practices that are gender responsive, less labor intensive, with increased productivity while maintaining ecosystems. Moreover, we call upon them to invest in the production, protection, and reproduction of African seeds and protect African traditional agricultural knowledge and practices to ensure food self-sufficiency and reduce dependency on external agricultural value chains. We also call upon our development partners to correct and prevent trade restrictions and distortions in global agricultural markets, including through the practical elimination of all forms of agricultural export subsidies and all export measures with equivalent effect by the mandate of the Doha Development Round. Then on goal 13, adaptation to climate shocks protects communities and promotes stability by reducing indirect impacts. However, there is still a huge annual gap of $41.3 billion to meet the $52.7 billion required each year for adaptation measures by 2030. The continent remains most affected and severely damaged by the effects of climate change. Even though half of the lower middle and low income countries are responsible for less than 20% carbon emissions, and the poorest countries of less than 1%, with momentum for decarbonization, the climate transition must be managed well to ensure that it is just, equitable, and orderly. The intrinsic vulnerability of poor communities to environmental threats and the pressures by resource extraction economies on the environmental place sub-Saharan Africa at a significant risk. It is therefore important that our governments launch early warning systems in order to quickly predict climate changes and improve on preparedness to limit and mitigate its negative repercussions. Prioritize climate change adaptation and better position the continent's carbon absorption potential as a bargaining tool in global climate finance discussions, among adhering the yield towards African industrialization. We also call upon them to strengthen the resilience of their societies and economies to the effects of climate change by embarking on increased consumer awareness initiatives, green infrastructure, creating zero-waste societies, and significantly boost the creation of green jobs in niche markets where they can develop a competitive advantage. Moreover, we encourage them to engage in environmentally sustainable green economy through, among others, investing in and promoting the adoption of renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal in order to reduce reliance on fossil fuels, lower greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, we encourage them to engage local communities and indigenous people in climate-related processes, empower them with knowledge and skills to adapt to climate change, incorporate their practices, and also support community-led initiatives for sustainable natural resource management. With our development partners, we call upon them to allow higher delivery of climate finance and technical assistance in favor of countries that are most vulnerable to climate risks and conflict for loss and damage. Moreover, we entreat them to ensure new and innovative sources of financing, including immediate debt relief to developing countries facing climate emergencies. Furthermore, we entreat them to deliver on adaptation needs through robust social protection plans for affected communities. Lastly, we encourage them to support renewable energies to create employment opportunities. On goal 16, dress to peaceful and inclusive societies, justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels of society beyond wars and other conflicts are hampering the attainment of the two agendas on the continent. Armed conflicts on the African continent, driven by power struggles, war disputes, ethnic rivalries, and other factors contribute to instability and hinder progress towards peace and justice. The proliferation of small arms and light weapons exacerbates peace and security concerns, leading to a growing number of refugees and internally displaced persons, particularly impacting women and children. Poverty, economic hardship, and poor governance are identified as factors that fuel violence and hinder efforts to silence the guns in Africa. To address these challenges and advance SDG 16, inclusive public institutions are crucial to providing high-quality services, fair economic policies, and environmental protection. It is therefore crucial that African regional mechanisms intensify their contributions to the prevention, management, and settlement of conflicts to maintain and strengthen peace, security, and stability on the continent through adopting formal coordination and cooperation measures between African governments. We therefore also entreat our African governments to promote policies, practices, and processes that address drivers of violence, abuse, exploitation, and trafficking, and also accelerate or silence the gun initiatives. Furthermore, they should take concrete measures to enhance economic prosperity through responsible use of natural resources and good governance to support industrialization with a view to creating more jobs and opportunities. On goal 17, partnerships are necessary at all levels for successful implementation of the two agendas and should start at grassroots level by including all stakeholders with a gender lens and commitment to inclusion of vulnerable and marginalized communities, and ensuring adequate and effective means of implementation. This requires allocation of resources and trust among partners. Developed nations as a whole has failed on their promises regarding financing for development, including the allocation of 0.7% GNI to ODA and $100 million billion for adaptation and mitigation with regard to climate finance. We therefore call upon our governments to enhance coordination and consultation between themselves to exchange knowledge, enhance capacities, and promote joint learning in technology, trade, policy, and development financing. Moreover, we entreat them to ensure achieving an effective intra-African cooperation through the African Continental Free Trade Area, push stronger for the restructuring of the international financial architecture through operationalizing African financial institutions and strengthen their collaboration with all key stakeholders, mindful of gender, for public participation and involvement of those most likely to be left behind in the decision-making processes. With our development partners, we entreat them to intensify their financial assistance to meet their ODA promise of 0.7% GNI, facilitate the reforming of the global financial architecture, debt cancellation, and reallocation of resources to fund basic social services, in particular health and education, agroecology, renewable energy, and commitment to climate financing at the next Financing for Development Conference. Lastly, we call on them to promote strategies that recognize working technologies, including homegrown technology, to enhance their sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Kofi, for this summary of all the points that have been discussed during that workshop. So we will open a debate now on this to have also contributions. Let's try to make it take something like 20 minutes. And we are here with Kofi also to respond if you want to if you have questions or comment contributions. So the floor is open. Please, let's start there.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Theuri. I work for the Brook, which is an NGO, an equine welfare charity. Mine is just a small input into the presentation that has been made. When you look at all the goals, goal 1, 2, 13, the goal on peace, the goal on partnerships, there is a missing piece, and this is the contribution of animals. We've just walked through a serious COVID endemic, which is a zoonotic disease. And even as we think through employment, when we think about food security, when we think about industrial development, the space of animals is very important. And there was a recognition by the UNEA 5.2 that looked at the nexus between animal welfare, environment, and development. And so my request to this forum is we urge and implore governments to consider the implementation of that resolution 5.2, and by extension, consider policies that promote the welfare of animals, and by extension, put resources to animal health and One Health approaches that are critical linkages between environment, animals, and sustainable development. Thank you very much for your attention and consideration.
Thank you for your contribution. Knowing that SDG 15, life on Earth, is taking also in consideration that, and we discussed, I think it was 2 years ago in Kigali, we had that, but definitely we have to reflect your important point on the link of animals with other also SDGs. Yeah, I have it.
Okay, thank you all. I am Basanta from Egypt. I thank actually Mr. Kafi for addressing the peace building partnership and his contribution. And my question is how we can engage youth in the peace building process. Especially the last February, the EU launched the second 10-year implementation plan. And my question is how we can engage youth in the race of 2020-30 agenda, and how we can engage youth, especially in the sub-Saharan African countries, in a peace-building partnership, because as you know, there is Africa hosts lots of conflict zone. And speaking about education, innovation policy for people from country zone conflict area, it's considered as a luxury for them. So can we engage them more? And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, youth is very, the question is a very important one. We had on the first day as well that panel on the Summit of the Future conversation, but the link with the conflict is key for the entire continent, not only for sub-Saharan Africa. Knowing that also in North Africa we have conflict zones. So it's really important. The youth and the young women in particular are paying the highest price. I think there is, but I don't see the hand there, sorry. So the person who raised the hand there, please give them the mic. But I don't see the person because there is a pillar between us.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Ngondi. I come from Kenya, the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. UDPK, it is an umbrella body of organizations of persons with disability. There was a contribution, just also a slight addition to SDG number 1, where we mentioned developing capacity for women and youth. I'll also add women, youth, and persons with disability. This is because we are talking of the largest minority on the planet, equivalent to the population of Africa. What's not counted does not count. What's not said is left behind. I think I'll appreciate if that is also added there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Absolutely, it's really a key point. And even yesterday in the parallel sessions, we discussed that point on specific actions. It was during the session on climate action, and we had this conversation also with the Minister Joubert, who has also shared all the efforts that are made in the different countries, but particularly in his country, in Seychelles, on the inclusion of people with disabilities. Also in the projects implementation. So it's really important to go beyond the meetings, but really also when we implement projects, to make sure that we have also this inclusion of all the different parts of the society. So I think we take, there and then there. The mic there, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm just repeating, echoing what Eric has mentioned. You know, we have been here sitting for 3 days and without adequately hearing the talks focusing on people with disabilities. Even as participants here, we are very few. We know that a lot of things are mentioned. We know that there are very many competing priorities, but while we are talking about leaving no one behind, we can't forget speaking about people with disabilities. I don't know how we are ensuring that the issues of people with disabilities are included in all aspects. You know, there is no a single issue that doesn't concern us. We are all affected by climate actions, emergencies, by poverty, hunger, and also, you know, we need a partnership. We need to be included in the partnership. We all African countries have signed the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and we have a responsibility, a commitment to include people with disabilities in all development aspects. You know, no one, as we always say that, no one is ensured not to be a person with disability in her or his lifetime. You know, at least at old age, we will be, you know, prone to some kind of disability, and making the world better is making for us, for each one of us, a better world. So, you know, this, you know, I heard a lot of time my young fellow people mentioning how we are included. You know, I can see that their issues are better pronounced, better than us, but they are still asking how. And it's fair for us to say, to call attention at this time before we leave behind, we go out and start forgetting everything, you know. It's just important to mention by word. We say inclusion. What's inclusion? Who it will consider? You know, people with disabilities, their issues have to be to come to the front and to be discussed. You know, technology. While we are talking about technology, we talk about young people, but we don't tell how the technology is dividing the world, leaving behind people with disabilities. So please, 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 I would like to apply for all of you to consider this thing, and, you know, the coming summits, you know, unless you invited them, they can't come to the opportunities and say we are here to advocate for ourselves. So there are summits, upcoming summits. So please include in your funding, please include in your agenda, please include speakers, people with disabilities as speakers. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this vibrant intervention. Before I give the floor to other colleagues, let's also give the opportunity to Kofi to respond to some of the questions, particularly how Armgos the African regional mechanism for major groups is also bringing all the different groups together. So, Kofi?
Thank you very much, Mr. Nassim. Let me take the opportunity to express my gratitude to all of us and those that have also responded. I would like to begin from the last speaker, that is my colleague who hampered on the issues of disability. The Africa Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Other Stakeholders actually is made up of the various constituencies that comes under the UN Major Groups and Other Stakeholders, out of which issues of disabilities, or there's the constituency representing the disabilities. And in whatever that we do, in whatever that we activities that we engage in, we actually include the disabilities. For example, in relation to the issues of speakers, even at the high-level political forum, and even at the SDG Summit and the General Assemblies, we have the opportunity for any event, we ensure that represent someone who is a disability. We actually appreciate the presence and then the involvement of the vulnerable groups in whatever activities that we undertake. And therefore, I will entreat my colleague that just get in touch with your focal person on the steering committee, and then we will actually furnish you with whatever inputs or activities. And I would like also to say that there's a broader version of our key messages which have been submitted to ECF to share with all participants. And in that version, all issues of disabilities has also been highlighted. For the issues of time, we try to limit our presentation. And also on the issue of youth involvement in peace and security on the continent, how to effectively engage them. Actually, we believe in the phrase of catch them young. And when you look at even the current position of the two agenda on the continent, it will actually amaze you to what extent or to what level does the grassroots people even are aware of the agendas. We find ourselves day in, day out, sitting in conferences and places like this, our governments and those kind of things. We come in, we talk, and then we go back. But we find out, what actually is the impact on the people? What is the knowledge of the people at the grassroots on the 2063 agenda? What do they know about the 2030? So we believe that in going forward, we should look at how to imbibe these agendas into the children right from the grassroots, right from the education level, and let them know that, yes, this is where Africa is heading to. This is what is ahead of us. And we are also fortunate that during this time, we also have technology at our disposal. And we could also use it to also let them know the actual happenings, whatever is transpiring. Now, you look at children and maybe you might take them for granted, but what they perceive, what they know, might even go beyond our thinking. So we should let them know actually what is happening, the kind of wars going on the continent, the reasons for the wars and how they are being resolved, and what is the implications coming out of them. So I believe in the phrase, we should catch them young. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think here she asked there, and then I will give you the next one. You have the mic? Is the mic here? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the major group representation. I wanted to also, my name is Chantal, I'm also part of the Women Major Group. I wanted to add my support in terms of the general structural issues that the Africa is trying to position, specifically the support for the international financial architecture that really looks into issues around the unconditional debt cancellation, better international trade agreements, curbing illicit financial flows, and of course all this to ensure that we put an end to austerity measures. And also in terms of climate finance, we also really support
forward their challenges. And a recent study done by ITEC Africa shows that only about 8% of our citizens on the continent are aware about AFTA. And in terms of knowledge spread of what AFTA actually stands for, it's only about also less than 10%. This leaves us with a very big question: how do we move this free movement of people, free movement of goods and services across our borders, if the people the workers who are at the forefront of this trade initiative are not aware about AFTA and do not have knowledge about AFTA? And lastly, on debt, which is stifling, spendings on education, stifling spending on health, stifling spending on social protection. We want to make sure that the workers again are at the forefront of this discussion, and we will have a very transformative Africa, the Africa we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to move to I think the last one. If you can be very short, please. Here, and then we move to food systems. So Khaled, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and all the panel presenters. My name is Samuel. I came from Eritrea. In the last 3 days celebration, we have heard a lot of things and learned a lot and takeaways. But my comment is very small and very short on SDG 2, which have been discussed a lot. End hunger, achieve food security, and promote sustainable agriculture. Now, in this issue, one thing is not raised, which I think is important: the issue of rural-urban migration. Rural-urban migration. Those see Africa at the end of 2030 and 2063, people will move. Most of the urbanization will be large, and this will affect agriculture. So this issue is not raised. So I think the backyard, the urban agriculture should be an issue and raised, and how things could be adjusted on securing food and sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. And you provided me the perfect transition to the Khaled, who will present the main messages from the food systems review that we had on the 22nd. So Khaled, please join us on stage. So, and they will discuss in particular all this issue. So Khaled, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Nassim. My name is Khaled El Tawil. I represent the United Nations Food Systems Coordination Hub. Some of you might not be aware of the hub. It is a recently established body in the UN system, only established in 2021 after the Food System Summit, which was convened by the Secretary General in 2021. So, first to give a snapshot of the discussion that we had on the 22nd. This meeting was co-organized by the Food System Coordination Hub, the Economic Commission for Africa, and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. The meeting was mainly focused on food system transformation. As some of you might know, the process of food system transformation started in 2021. The idea goes beyond food security and nutrition to focusing on food system as a comprehensive approach to sustainable development. What we advocate for is that addressing food security in isolation from nutrition, from social equity, from addressing climate change is not working. It is not working internationally, and it is not working in Africa. Food systems that we have currently are not supporting the objective that we would like to achieve. So just to give you some examples, food systems are contributing 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. Also 70% of biodiversity loss and utilizing 80% of freshwater resources. Number of hunger is increasing worldwide. We have almost 800. If we continue this trend, we'll end up having 600 million suffering from hunger all over the world in 2030, which means that we collectively fail in achieving SDG 2. In Africa, the situation is even worse. We have 282 million suffering from hunger, which is 20% of the population. So the prevalence of undernourishment, which is the indicator used to measure hunger in Africa is double the average standard worldwide. And this is an alarming situation. But at the same time, Africa is contributing much less to greenhouse gas emissions. Almost 3% of the greenhouse gas emissions are coming from Africa. But at the same time, Africa is mostly subject to the impact of climate. We have seen El Nino in Eastern Africa, impact of droughts in certain parts of Africa, extreme weather conditions, and this is leading to a dire impact on food systems. So this process that we are leading in the Food Systems Hub is mainly with food system national conveners. Some of them are in the room. This is the second time we have this meeting, and the objective is to get updates from food system national conveners on what they are doing at the national level and what challenges they are facing. So some key messages, if you allow me, Nassim, just to provide some key messages that came from this meeting. One, Africa is not on track to achieve SDGs. This is not a surprise. We know that we are not on track. Number of hunger is increasing, but at the same time, numbers of malnutrition are also increasing. Africa is doing a little bit better when it comes to children stunting, which is the percentage is decreasing, but the absolute number are increasing. Malnutrition in all its forms increasing, especially among kids. 80% of population of Africa cannot afford to have access to healthy diet. And it is really a paradox that in Africa, the cost of healthy diet is even more than the cost of Europe, where the standard of living is higher. And this is also related to the dependency of many African countries on importation. So the issue of the continental free trade area is coming as an opportunity to mitigate this situation. The situation is not bleak. We have signs of positivity. Food system national conveners are doing a lot at the national level. We have 49 national conveners appointed in Africa. This is a very important indicator for the commitment of the continent to food system transformation. We have also 42 national pathways and more than 20 implementation plans. The good thing is that in Africa, President and the Prime Minister and decision makers are more aware of the importance of food system transformation as an entry point for other SDGs. We don't deal with SDG 1, SDG 2 only, but SDG 1 on poverty, also other SDGs dealing with gender equality, education, and health are so much connected to food system transformation. And this is recognized by the decision makers, which is an important step to transform food systems. On the other side as well, in addition to political commitment and producing food system national pathways, which is a roadmap for transforming food systems, many African countries also are doing important steps in terms of how to support food system transformation from different perspectives, including through social programs. Egypt is an example from the Decent Life program, also school meals in different African countries, building infrastructure, giving attention to smallholders, which are the majority of food producers in Africa. There was also a discussion about what we do after Malabo. We should start the work after Malabo very soon, and many of the conveners are advocating for going beyond agriculture. Actually, one statement for Dr. Mayaki, the special envoy for food systems in the African Union, was to rename Ministry of Agriculture to be Ministries of Food Systems. And this is not a change in the name, but it's a change in the approach to be more comprehensive, focusing on the social, economic, and environmental aspect of food system transformation. The post-Malabo work, the Food Systems Hub is ready to support this within its mandate, working with the UN agencies like FAO, WFP, and the IFAD to support another vision and also a revalidation of the theory of change of how to achieve agricultural development. Some discussions were focusing on how to establish governance mechanisms in food systems. And one of the key points is that these governance mechanisms should go beyond Ministry of Agriculture to include also other stakeholders for Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance. Financing is very important, but also including the youth, indigenous people, private sector, and civil society. In the hub, our work is focused mainly on the Secretary General call to action, and I advise that, I recommend that you see the 6 action areas coming from the Secretary General call to action. In addition to governance, the Secretary General is requesting members to also focus on financing, to focus on science and technology, focusing on the private sector role and private sector accountability, And these are all areas that the hub is working on it through different tracks. So in the coming months, we will be reaching out to many African countries to work closely on what we introduced in this meeting about the convergence initiative. And this convergence initiative is coming to also in line with our systemic approach to food system. How can we align more the two tracks of food systems and the climate action? How can we make sure that they are both supportive to each other? Because now they are not. Actually, in many cases, Minister of Agriculture do not talk to Minister of Environment. And the position of the negotiation in the UNFCCC is not the same like the discussion about food system. So the Convergence Initiative seeks to rectify this situation by bringing actors from both climate and food system together and agreeing on a roadmap that would lead to updating national determined contribution, national adaptation plans, and food system pathways. So this is one important area of the hub in the next months, and we'll be working closely with everyone, including the Economic Commission for Africa. Another area is corporate accountability or private sector role in food system transformation, and the hub has managed to start this process, bringing private sector with UN agencies to discuss how can we make sure that the private sector is contributing positively to food system transformation. While we cannot do it without the private sector, but we need to make sure that the role of the private sector is not only for profit, but also supporting social, economic, and environmental aspects. So this is another area. One important area of collaboration as well, you know that we will have the stock-taking moment next year in 2025. Last year, Africa was very strongly represented in this summit. Many presidents, many prime ministers attended, as well as many ministers. So we would like also to work closely with you towards this journey in next year, mid next year, so we can have an African position. Africa was the only continent that have a unified African position in the last stock-taking moment, and we need maybe to update this position and to make it more coherent and more unified, so Africa can have its mark on the outcomes of the next stock-taking moment. Two additional points. Financing was very important during the discussions. IFAD and the World Bank are leading the financing track. They have introduced a very important tool, and I think it is very creative. It's called 3FS, which measures financial flows to food systems, where the money is coming from, government, private sector, as well as the UN and donors. In majority of African countries, you need to recognize that most of the money is coming from domestic sources, not from ODA assistance. So this is a measurement tool. It is a good tool for decision makers who know how much money is dedicated to food systems, and based on this, they can make their decision. Related to financing as well, the SDG fund, there's now a financing window for food systems, and many African countries will start to receive small funding, 250,000 each, but the opportunity of this funding is to build the institutions that are able to deal with food system transformation. So we have Somalia, we have Ethiopia, we have Egypt, Tanzania, and Rwanda receiving funding very soon to assist them in this process. Lastly, many conveners also asked for South-South cooperation, how to learn from each other, because many of the experiences that were shared were very relevant to African countries, and the hub is encouraged to facilitate this kind of experience sharing and peer-to-peer cooperation. Last point, engagement of youth and women. We had a representative from the youth, very strong representative, who is calling on how to include youth in food system decision making. And this is something that is coming also as a key message, and the hub is willing to support it, to include women and youth in any decision making related to food systems. Finally, Nissim, I would like to thank you personally for all the collaboration we had with you. We worked closely with you and your team and the FAO in organizing this meeting, and we will continue this collaboration leading to next year's stock-taking moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khaled. Really, a lot has been achieved in very few years with this hub. Really, congratulations for that. And as you shared with the forum, a lot has still to be done. So definitely, all together, we'll be able to achieve this transformation for the continent. So let's take some remarks and comments before we move to the next component of this session, and the next one will be the reporting from the RCP session. Yeah, I have one question there.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Usman Muhammad Abdullah. I'm from Desert Locust Control Organizations, which is governed by 9 member countries in Eastern Africa, that is Ethiopia, Sudan, Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, Tanzania, Uganda, and South Sudan. Actually, I have a small contribution to this event. What I want to contribute here on the issue or the impact of the climate change on the invasive pest, and indirectly the impact of invasive pest on the productivity, agricultural productivity or productions, and that indirectly also impact the food security. So our contribution here actually, according to the our work actually with our partners here in ECA, during the last maybe 2-3 years, we are trying, and under some resolutions which has been stated during the African Summit 2022 regarding the issue of pollution, the environmental pollution and green inventions in order to minimize the impact of the chemical pesticide when we are maybe controlling this type of invasive pest. So actually,
there's a mic issue.
Yes, our contribution actually, what we want to contribute in this opportunity that, as I have mentioned, we need to maybe to minimize the use. We need to minimize the use of the chemical pesticides, which are actually affect or impact the environment and human health. On the other hand, also it impacts the non-target organisms which are in the environments. So now we are going green, and we are going towards the natural solutions or a natural solution in order to be implemented for the maybe control or management of such invasive or migratory pests, particularly the desert locust. So currently, DSO has a series of innovations, just like green inventions, which are ready and already patent for the implementations to be implemented for the control of such type of desert locusts and other migratory pests in the region and in Africa and even beyond. So that what we need here all to this what we need here only to have this type of, to support such type of innovations in order to be implemented in East Africa countries and other African countries where the locust invasion and other migratory pests like the armyworm and others might be pests like Kubili bears and so on. So this innovation now, it is already I have mentioned, we work with it with our partners here in ECA, and we have managed to patent that innovations, and maybe our future program only to commercialize for adaptations and to be used in different member states. So that is my contribution up to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this is very important because through that study, and we have demonstrated that we can generate innovations on these specific desert locust issues on the continent, to expand this to the rest of the continents, and particularly in the areas where there are these needs, and we can really, and this is a very good example, and we can build on that. I think I saw one hand there. Yeah, please. Lady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Talking about food systems, I want us to also emphasize on the need for food safety and nutrition. Food is not just food, and a lot of the diseases that we are having these days are actually associated with food. And so food safety issues should be of concern to us. My second point has to do with building very good irrigation systems and infrastructure to enhance agricultural productivity, and also to keep an eye on food waste. And so talking about food waste, we need to do a lot in the processing sector. And that is where we can also generate a lot of jobs, agribusinesses around value chains. Thirdly, I would want to say that we also have to highlight the issues around markets. These days, you realize that our young ones have developed taste for different kinds of foods, but we need to protect our own. We need to develop the market systems, especially the consumption, and what is it that we actually need from our food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This lady there, please be brief on your intervention, as we have to move also to the next one. And after, I will give you the floor there, because you have
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Sandra. I work with young businesses, growing them. I think my contribution is just to say the incorporation of agri-tech solutions as we're trying to really build the food industry would really accelerate our gains, really, and to really look at that. And then just a reflection generally of this everything. It would be really lovely to transform our AFRSD application that we've had now into a real-time application that everyone can input whatever they're working on. I think if we can all input and say what we're working on and collaborate, it makes it easier. We shouldn't wait to be in rooms like this to be working together. And that will make us really interact better as the youth, just to telling you how we can work with us. Thank you.
Fantastic contribution. Definitely my colleagues who are in charge of that will definitely, I think, make the maximum to respond to that one. This will be very, very super helpful and super useful. Very short one there, then I give back the floor to Khaled.
Thank you. My name is Moses Isoba, and I'm from Uganda. My contribution is that as we talk about food systems and food security, that there are two things that we need to take into consideration. Increasingly, we are now seeing starvation being weaponized. And from the different conflict-ridden countries, it's not a question of nourishment, but it's a question of people that are weaponizing hunger. And so that takes us to the fact that we need to pay special attention to SDG 16 to make sure that institutions are in place, governance is well addressed, so that countries are not at war where hunger is being weaponized. But then as we also talk about nourishment, malnourishment, we also have another emerging problem of overnourishment. Overnourishment, but of poor quality. We're increasingly seeing many people being obese, and that's a result of overnourishment, but of poor quality. So it's important that we address the aspects of malnourishment, but also address the emerging problem of overnourishment with poor quality foods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Khaled, you want to react to some of the comments?
No, let me start by the last point, which I fully agree with it. In Africa and in many of the developing countries, we have what is called empty calories, when you consume calories but you don't get any nutrients. And this is why we have this double burden of malnutrition, where at the same country you have people who are undernourished and people who are overweight, obese, and this is a result of unhealthy consumption of food. Sometimes because of, in Africa and in many other places, the importation of food, it is easier and it's cheaper to consume maybe fast food or food that is imported but is low in nutrients, and this is leading to this kind of obesity. When we talk about malnutrition, it is not only undernutrition, but obesity and also micronutrient deficiencies, where we have 2 billion in the world suffering from micronutrient deficiencies, where we have deficiencies in iron or other kind of important minerals. So we cannot deal with undernutrition alone. We need to have a comprehensive approach towards this. Also, I believe that the ideas that you mentioned also about the linkage between SG2 and SG16, how we would build peace, is very important. In Africa, the increasing number of hunger is attributed to 3 factors. One of them is conflicts. We are the continent where we have the highest number of conflicts, and this is where some of the hunger is driven by this, and some of the forced displacement is a result of internal conflicts in many African countries and beyond Africa as well. The point that was mentioned on innovation and technology, as I mentioned, this is one of the 6 key areas coming from the Secretary General call to action for food system transformation, how to use technology. Because without technology, it's nearly impossible to transform the current food system. And access to technology in Africa is much less than outside the continent. And this is, I believe, is very important. In the Food System Hub, we have a committee called the Scientific Advisory Committee, and it is a recognition of the linkage between having science, data, and sustainable food systems. Food safety is very important, also very linked. In the next year, early next year, France will be hosting the Nutrition for Growth Summit. It will be focusing on nutrition and food safety. Food safety is one of the important dimensions of food security. So if you have access to food that is not safe, you cannot claim that you are achieving food security. And this is something that really needs a lot of work, not only at the government and regulatory bodies, but also in the consumer bodies that are advocating for consumer rights. And this is something also that need to be shared or advocated for by the civil society organization as well. Last point on the Desert Locust Commission, this is very important, and I would, David is here, but I would use my other hat. FAO is working a lot on this. I'm sure you are working a lot with the office in Addis Ababa, where FAO is advocating for what we call anticipatory actions, how to intervene to prevent something from becoming very big to cause damage. And this is so, the locust is one of the classical examples of this. Intervening at the right moment can save a lot of money and prevent, in some cases, reaching a critical food insecurity situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kofi, you want to add one more short one? Yeah?
Yeah. What I would like to say is that in terms of food security, there's one area that I would like to draw his attention to, and that is the works of the extractive industries. That is mostly the illegal ones. Food security mostly depends on fresh water, as we said. And recently in Africa, there are a lot of river bodies or water bodies that are being destroyed due to the activities of illegal mining or illegal extractive activities. And this actually has also been affecting the works of peasant farmers as well, because most farms are being destroyed due to these activities of these illegal miners, which also actually is leading to shortages of food and also poverty, because the works of these people at the rural area are being also affected. And more so too, there's a use of cyanide and mercury, that is hazardous chemicals, and the use of mining these minerals in our river bodies or our water bodies. And I think that we have to draw your attention also to that area so that you look at the possible ways of mitigating it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kofi, for this very important point. Let us move now to the UNRCP component of this session. And it's my pleasure to invite the UN AG Auna Isakonwa for introductory remark for the session on behalf of the Africa RCP Vice Chairs. AG, please have the floor.
Can you hear me? So we've been on a journey here. The Regional Collaboration Platform is part of the UN reform offspring, and we've had the membership here, the regional directors of the UN family, and all the other regional assets of the United Nations. And the idea is how we come together, consolidate these assets, and provide support to the region as a whole, but also through our UN country teams. We've also had meetings with the resident coordinators, and the statement I'm about to deliver is on behalf of this platform. So at this midpoint of the 2030 agenda, the latest data on SDGs 2023 and also the Human Development Report, which we launched during these days, confirms a development gridlock. What do we mean by that? Rise in poverty and inequality, the climate emergency, conflict, and a regression that causes a potential permanent loss in human development. Africa as a region is one of the regions that has not fully recovered from COVID-19. The rest of the developed world largely recovered by 2023, but only half or so of the developing world actually recovered. So we have a reflection on the fact that if we do nothing differently, this region might experience a permanent loss in human development. For Africa, this also means that we must then strengthen regional cooperation and integration. This conversation has been on these last few days that will help us address transboundary challenges and also provide regional public goods. And this includes that we invest in climate adaptation and resilience. My sister Christina talks about the fact for us to focus on resilience. If we don't, we cannot contemplate recovery because there are all these multiple shocks that the continent is facing. And this will help us manage the disproportionate impacts of climate change on Africa's development. We need to empower the youth principally because this is a very young continent. And when we say empower the youth, we don't mean that we just treat them as passive recipients of our small projects, but actually to elevate them to a development ally because they have talent, they have energy, but also the youth is where we find a lot of optimism when there is the absence of hope and a lot of despair. We find young Africans who believe not only in their own capabilities, but also in the future that is theirs. We need to empower the women to drive Africa's demographic dividend and economic transformation. We need to strengthen democratic governance and institutions to enhance legitimacy and narrow what we now call the agency gap. We need to leverage Africa's digital transformation to drive innovation, inclusion, and regional integration. The future, ladies and gentlemen, for Africa is possible if we do these actions. And this week, the Africa Regional Collaborative Platform has been reflecting on how it can actually break this gridlock. We have focused on how we can build agency, not just state agency, but also people agency, how we can push back on polarization, not just in our world, but also in Africa and within countries. How we can build a 21st century architecture for global public goods, a message that our Secretary General has consistently driven globally. We have focused on how we can work together better in a more effective manner to yield stronger results where it matters most at country level. And this morning with the resident coordinators, we have discussed the tools we will deploy for better results. First, the landscape, of course, is more complex, but it's also more fragile. Second, even amidst the complexity, we must stay and support countries. We must stay and deliver. And we are seeing the benefits of staying and delivering in several of our contexts. We must sharpen our tools to do emergency development, even as we plan for the longer term. Let me close by stressing a few imperatives that I take away from our discussions here. The first and foremost, if we're going to overcome poverty and inequality, is stressing agency, promoting Africa's own leadership on these issues, not only leadership at country level, but Africa's leadership at global level, where we can infuse the values that have been cherished over the years on this continent, the values of Ubuntu. I am because you are. That value of solidarity that seems to be seeping away from international relations, but which Africa holds dear to. Africa can not only exercise that through the lens of agency, but it can actually export that value to the world that is bleeding, that is broken, and that is out of step, as the Secretary General says. How do we offer to the world the values that have sustained this continent over many years of trauma? Ubuntu, our collective solidarity. Africa can lead on that. The second is urgency. Moving with speed, especially in support of our country teams. Again, referring to Christina, she calls it Ferrari on wheels. Africa needs to go on a Ferrari, but right now we are in the Ferrari without the wheels. So our contemplation in the RCP is how we put the tires in the Ferrari so that speed can be achieved, because the young people of this continent have been exposed to what it means to live decent lives with dignity, and they are not going to take anything less. So if we're going to go at pace with their aspirations, we need those Ferraris with the wheels. And closely to the urgency is the acceleration, especially focused on enablers like energy, like education, like digitalization. We heard this morning in the RCP that we have 100 million African children out of school for various reasons. There is no sustainability without very quickly accelerating the possibility of those kids getting back on track with their learning. We cannot imagine a future where we tolerate this number of African kids not learning. That is explosive. That is an endangered future. The fourth is impact and ultimately resilience. Because the shocks are going to stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change, we lost the race, and now we have to deal with adapting to what comes at us. But the countries that will survive it will be the ones that are able to put the infrastructure in place for resilience. And this is where we landed in the RCP, that we need an Africa, we need an RCP, a UN system that this continent can count on, that our young people can count on. And I can assure you that after 2-3 days of meetings here, and listening to our resident coordinators and our regional directors, I leave Addis with some hope and confidence that finally we're going beyond the surface. And we're starting to learn what it means at the individual and institutional level to speak truth to power. And that's what gives me hope as we conclude this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Egia Huna, for these very inspiring words. And let me now call my colleague Marcel Akbovo, who is the original representative for East Africa and the representative to the African Union of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, to present on behalf of the Africa RCP. Marcel, you have the floor. Yeah, your name is there. I was using your chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Co-Chair Auna, for this very powerful and an inspiring introductory words. I think that the job has been done from political and a strategic perspective in setting the tone and setting the moment. And my role would simply be to confine myself in the technical aspect of this delivery, and then share with you what my colleagues within the RCP has asked me to deliver, which is the report and the feedback to the plenary, the report of the RCP delivery in 2023. Can we have the slide? Next one. Can we have the next? Okay, yeah. As I say, I'm not going to really venture in any form of strategic, political wrapping up or analysis of what has been done. I would simply, no, please keep it. I will simply share with you who we are and what we've been able to deliver on in the last cycle. As you can see, the RCP, the Regional Collaborative Platform, is one of the very many UN entities that is delivering support for development, especially when we confine it within the framework of the SDG. It's foster collaboration, action for sustainable development across the UN development system, but this is extremely important, operating at a very regional level. The aim is not to duplicate what is being done at the country level, but is to have a very resilient, very transformative initiative at the regional level. The key objective for the RCP is to connect at the SDG policy ecosystem to the regional level, and then its operational support countries. Okay, good, it's much better. Its operational support to countries using integrated, coherent, and multidimensional delivery mechanism. We offer 4 types of support. One is the analytical and then political support to data, research, analysis, and advice. The second is on convening platform for multi-stakeholders engagement. The third one is operational support, including through deployment of expertise. And the fourth is about a partnership and alliances for SDG inclusive fulfillment at the regional level. It is actually structured through what we call the opportunity and then issue-based coalitions, we do have 6 of them. I think that I will leave you to the slide, which are the engine through this regional support to ensure that the implementation of SDG is being delivered. This is 6 OIBC, also accompanied by 3 task force on recommendation. All of these 9 entities within, I would call them operational entities within the structure, help us to deliver at the regional level the critical contribution for the implementation of SDG, but also under current circumstances, the acceleration around the 6 priority as identified as set. Next. No. Does it work? Okay, good. The next slide is a snapshot of what we've been able to deliver as a RCP during the reporting cycle, the reporting period. You know, the ambitions, the human development ambition that has been set for us by member states and geared toward a fundamentally sustainable human development is something that has shaped the UN support to states in delivering on that promise. We have been able so far, and then I would not say so far, during the concluding cycle to provide that support in terms of contribution in 6 specific areas. The first is the food system, and I was happy that the session that really preceded our session is lengthily discussed the food system. On climate change and biodiversity and loss to inherent pollution, energy access, digital connectivity, education, and job and social protection. I would really wish to spend some time on this because this is really the very tangible deliverable and delivery that the RCP system as a mechanism has been able to contribute to the overall implementation of the SDG. First, the food system. My colleagues who are the co-convener of the OIBC in charge of this will come in during the discussion. But we've been able to ensure deployment of targeted support to integrated food system pathway into country framework at national policies in 6 countries, the DRC, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Rwanda, and then Zimbabwe, which clearly ensure that our food systems transformation is nationally prioritized. We do have also the collaboration with IGAD to mention, but I will go to the second one, which is the climate change. We have ensured during this cycle that we have a facilitation of capacity building for young African female negotiators in climate talks, enhancing the diversity of the Africa group negotiator at COP28, to shape resilient and then inclusive climate policies. And this is something extremely important that has happened at the regional level. We have ensured that it's supported to Sao Tome and Principe in mobilizing green finance instrument, as well as to Mozambique by assisting with debt for climate swaps and financing for loss and damage. On energy access and affordability, we have ensured contribution to Mauritius in expanding access to affordable renewable energy. And this initiative indeed really help advance the Mauritius goal to reaching 60% of renewable energy by the year 2030, with a feasibility study for offshore wind energy that inform cabinet policy development by identifying 2 variable sites for wind. And I think that my colleagues who have worked on that will be very much happy to get into the depth of this extremely important initiative. Next. Is it not working? No, it's going back. Can you help me? It does seem that it's working. No, the one before. Yes, exactly. On digital connectivity, we have already provided support the organization of the African Girl Coding Camp in Niger, as I said. And then we have also ensured the deployment at the UN Innovations and then Technology Accelerator for cities. On education, we have ensured follow-up on outcomes of the Transforming Education Summit by supporting the UN country team in Zambia in accompanying the government to implement policy for free primary and then secondary education to increase educational access, as I was mentioning earlier on, as well as conducting a comprehensive curriculum. The public-private partnership under the GIGA initiative enable internet connectivity for 2,510 schools in 7 countries, including in Kenya, in Botswana, Sao Tome and Principe, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Niger, with advanced technology, including satellite imagery, and then so on. The last deliverable, thematic deliverable that I would want to focus on is the job and then social protection. We supported, of course, the African Union Agenda 2063 through policy advice to 5 countries: Mozambique, South Sudan, Guinea-Bissau, Sao Tome and Principe, and then the Central African Republic, in formulating, validating national African Continental Free Trade Area national strategy, bringing the total to 47 countries with an instrument of the AFTA agreement by the year 2023, and to achieve the world's largest free trade area. I think that is extremely very significant, and we've supported also in this regard the deployment of economies to support economists in the UN Resident Coordinator's Office and through capacity building. This slide, let me put some order in my papers. Yeah, sure. It is really a story of the cooperation framework that guides the entire planning and implementation process of the UN development activities at country level. What we aim at indicating, suggesting in this slide is that the UN regional development system leverage on the planning instrument at the country level through cooperation frameworks to advance the SDG and then Agenda 2063. And as you can see, I don't know if you're saying it, at least 30 countries in Africa has completed the development of their cooperation framework with a very clear emphasis on the 6 priority identified as a key driver. Next. This slide is something is one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite. I think that it's clearly suggests how many within the 13 countries that I have mentioned have now developed their cooperation framework and took into consideration the 6 key transition area identified. I think that we have Angola, we have Seychelles, who are at 100% of this achievement, meaning that they have 100% really including this 6 area in the development of the country framework. We have seen the countries that I've just mentioned who have clearly moved forward in developing this cooperation framework with the emphasis, more important emphasis on education, of course, on food systems, on job, social protection, climate change, and then the whole issue of climate adaptations. Next. The SG has recommended the establishment of a regional knowledge management hub that acts as a one-stop shop for regional expertise and data at the disposal of member states at the UN country team level. I would just wish to invite you to scan the QR code to access the platform and explore the functionality that are in there. It's very rich, and then it will really help us to have a much better idea on how much at the regional level within the RCP flag platform we have been able to move forward in that regard. Okay. Of course, that story is a story of regional engagement, but fulfilling demand and requests that are coming from the country level. And the guiding compass of the UN Regional Development System, as you all know, is the approach of one framework, and in the context of our partnership and collaboration with the African Union, it is one framework but two agendas to support the implementation of both Agenda 2030 and then 2063. I have heard conversations during these 2-3 days about where the priorities are, if the priorities are in New York or if the priorities are in Addis Abeba. No, our planning tools, our collaborative platform clearly suggests that the priorities are with our people in Africa. And this is really what is showcased in this. Okay, my last point. Oh, sorry about that. I hope that I haven't lost on my last slide. Yeah, that's it. And then give me the last one as well. Okay. Just to wrap it up, there have been a lot of opportunities in the way the RCP has been able to deliver on this regional mandate that has been already spoken about. We strongly believe that an increased focus on 3 priorities area to achieve high impact around should really include, and then I'm not really referring to what Auna has indicated earlier on, job and social protection, energy access and then affordability, and digital connectivity, who are needed to really gear up in terms of acceleration all the transitions. We also need to strengthen strategic partnership and coordination, not just within the United Nations system to work as one. Of course, I think the whole one UN system is a debatable concept now, but it has really worked so far. But also with our partners, especially in this context, when there's a twin implementation strategic framework developed for Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 with the African Union. And those remain a very imperative opportunity that we need to pursue. And to conclude, I think that I would end with some key messages. And those key messages have already been very much wrapped up strategically and then politically by Auna in her introductory remark. We have 4 priorities that we believe as RCP we need to ready to focus on. The increased focus to achieve a high impact across all transition around what I indicated: job creations, energy access, affordability, digital connectivity, and then education. That cluster of 4 priorities remain one of the very fundamental key message priority to move forward on. Second one is about the whole story around human dignity, human rights, and solidarity for new generation of leadership that Auna has already mentioned. There has been a conversation on the pushback on human rights and how this probably is affecting the centrality of people in ensuring the implementation of SDG, and then broadly speaking, to deliver the promise of development to the African people. We believe that in moving forward, we need to have a more sense of how deliverable and delivery should be based on people's need and centrality of the people. And then, of course, I don't want to repeat the Ubuntu concept, which is called on solidarity, but all this encrosted in the necessity for upholding dignity and supporting human development that indeed really meet the need and the essence of the people of Africa without discrimination, but also without any form of condescendency from outside. The third one, of course, is about strengthening a strategic partnership and coordination between the UN development system and the African Union through the year, through the theme of the year on education. This is vital, and I think that from a purely strategic point of view, Auna has also said it, there's no way we can develop, we can deliver development to our people if we don't think systemically, but also fundamentally from a transformative perspective on education and on how education should remain the ultimate goal for all of us in defining, but also in encouraging our development policies on the continent. The last one, of course, is a message to the next summit of the future is amplifying the voice of Africa. It is something that has really recurred very often throughout these 3 days. There has been a lot of necessity of need expressed in terms of reform. We say that the global financial architecture needs to be reformed. We say that the governance system needs to be reformed. We even say that the current human rights architecture needs to be reformed. But those voices need to be packed in a way that responds to the need and the reality of Africa as we move forward in the next summit. I'll stop there and then thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Marcel. At this stage, we move to the next presentations because, as you understood, this is about acceleration, commitment, and also about granularity. So we need to see concrete actions. And so when we started this process for the RCT, we asked countries, other stakeholders from governments or non-government actors to share with us some concrete actions and also our commitments to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. We received a certain number, I think 18 contributions. We have selected a certain number of them. So we'll have two presentations now. So let me invite Dr. Mokhtar Salami from Algeria to present the first one. And then we'll have, after that, so Dr. Salami is from the National Council of Scientific Research and Technologies from Algeria, he's professor. And also after that, we will have the founder and CEO of Nakshatra Venture Limited, Niharika Khodari. So Professor Salami, you have the floor. Yes.
Thank you. My presentation will follow exactly what Marcel presented. It's about concrete actions. I'm Professor Salami from Algeria, and I'm professor in computer science, but I'm involved in many actions. And here, let's say we're gonna speak more about SDG 7, and maybe some words about disabilities. Dear colleagues, you know that international policy recognize the crucial need to increase renewable energy use. It's well admitted. The SDG 7, dedicated to energy, highlights the importance of universal access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. Currently, despite the number of people with access to energy in Africa has doubled, more than 600 million people don't have access to electricity. 80% of them live in rural areas. Africa is also the only region worldwide where access to clean cooking continues to increase. Accelerating energy access progress is essential, not only to help unlock its potential and deliver on its development goal, but also to address a global challenge, including climate change, resilience, and fragility. In this presentation, I have the pleasure, please, can I come back to the previous slide, or did I move it? Yeah. I have the pleasure to introduce to you the partnership, the African-European partnership in renewable energy. Let's say that since 2010 in Tripoli, between Africa and Europe, they set what we call the high-level policy dialogue in science, technology, and innovation. And the first action of this high-level policy dialogue was to set program in research in food, nutrition, security, and sustainable agriculture. It was the first big program. And the second one launched in 2020 was, let's say the second priority was on renewable energy. And here, so this program, I'm gonna present briefly program and to see that many countries are involved in real practical actions. Next slide, please. Yes. Then in this partnership, how does it work? Europe provide guarantee of funding a certain amount when African countries also gather some funds. And regarding renewable energy, what do you have in the map in blue? You have African countries and European countries contributing to funding. And the countries concerned by this program regarding renewable energy, we have 39 countries involved from Europe and Africa. We have 22 African countries involved in this program. It's a program coming with 33.7 million euros without counting the in-kind contribution of many African countries. What the flag represent the countries who are participating in funding action, and the other countries they are funded with the contribution of the African, with the European what we call top-up African, European funds. Next slide. I'm gonna just to show you practical code. I don't. Then, how did this work? How this work was done? We have a set of experts in this partnership who set what we call priorities. Priorities in renewable energy. You can see some of them. We have six priorities. Depending on different theories, you have clean cooking, you have smart grid for off-grid application, you have smart standalone system. We have also end of life of components in renewable energy to respect the environment. And I didn't mention, but we have 164 teams, research teams, between African and European countries, totalizing approximately 600 researchers. Other researchers, they have access to, especially PhD students, to trainings. We organized many trainings in Rwanda, in South Africa, in Kenya, and so on. They have access for mobility, but the main thing that's behind is that project and the development for 2 or 3 years. And as I mentioned, the program starts in 2020 to 2025. I can answer to some questions, but let's say that this program, LIPRE stakeholder, we have research and academia, we have finance and funding, we have policymakers, we have involvement of private sector in innovation and industry, and of course, what it was mentioned, the EU-funded consortium. And without forgetting that in many regions, we consider that evaluation is not only on scientific level or on economic level, but also on social level. I mean that people participating to the evaluation of this process are people benefiting from the results of this project. Just to show you for information, because given that I have the floor, this program called the LIPRE, Long European African Partnership for Renewable Energy, will end in 2025. But given the success of mobilizing funds, but also involving institutions and the researchers, European Union launched a new program, and we applied, and sure in 25 next year and for the coming years, will the European Union Commission with the African Union Commission will launch a new call for a new program we called Long European African Partnership in Sustainable Energy. I mean that we included the dimension of climate change. In this program, of course, we have a set of platforms available. Some services were good working, and I'm still here, but our idea is to share all this information, but it's also important to involve not only, policymakers, but to share the information with the universities, with the research centers, because as African, I really feel that there are opportunities to researchers to be involved, but also to have access to some resources, funding resources, and also access to research infrastructures. The next slide, I think it's the last one. Of course, we are in the context of research and development. And you know, all people are targeting commercialization and how to go to the markets. That's the main problem. And of course, we had a discussion about that subject on the first day with an open question how to identify bankable and truly innovative projects in this partnership. Here, just to show you some prototypes. We are at the level of research. There is, next step is to go to commercialization. And we think that the new African Union, European Union innovation agenda comes with some response. Thank you for your attention. I'm still available. If you need more information, you have the website. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Salami. Really we see through this presentation how really with ambition we can, and partnership, we can accelerate what we are already implementing. So let me call now the founder of CEO of Nakshatra Ventures Limited, Niharika Kotari. Yes, please, you have the floor.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm from the private sector, and I'm here to represent our company, Nakshatra Ventures, that have created an app for managing waste. We are managing waste by simply incentivizing segregation of waste at the source. So we are targeting every individual who is generating waste, which is everybody. We had a presentation. We'll just wait to load the presentation for you.
Could we have it? Colleagues from technical colleagues? Okay, 10 seconds, Julika. Bear with us, they are solving the issue. Maybe you can speak about the start, how you started, and
all right. So I'll just start. So our app is called You Can, and we want to use this platform to create something out of waste and reduce the landfill collection. Our aim is to make sure that most of the materials is getting reused and regenerated, and reduce the impact of waste on the environment. Our app makes sure is letting people see what material is available for recycling. For example, in the Bole area, if we are collecting 5,000 tons of waste, we are asking people, we're telling people what is happening with that waste and what is available. With this, we want to create more jobs, we want to create more business opportunities, and we want to make sure that the waste is being reused rather than getting thrown away. We want to show some videos. We have already started implementing this app, and we have launched it in Addis Ababa with the help of the city administration. Yeah, here it is. So I'll just start again. So we have created an app for waste management where we are incentivizing segregation of waste at every stage. And we have created a marketplace for buying and selling waste online. With this, we are also collecting data as to what is happening to the waste that is being generated. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. With this, we are also trying to achieve 15 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We are trying to create a circular economy, making life on land and water safer by managing waste, making sure that waste is not entering the environment. We are reducing the impact of plastic and other harmful material on the environment. We are going for responsible production and consumption, reduce oil and natural gas dependence by generating clean and affordable energy, by using organic waste to generate biogas and also generate organic manure. Of course, we are creating jobs with this. Our aim for creating zero hunger, reduce poverty, create a healthy and good health and well-being, of course. We are creating an industry and infrastructure through innovation. We are helping people start businesses with waste. A lot can be done with waste instead of burning it or putting it into the water or throwing it into the environment. We are trying to get people to start using that waste to turn it into something that can be reused. We are trying to create sustainable cities and communities with this. And also, anybody who generates waste is welcome on the app. There's no inequality or there's no gender inequality. We are trying to create a platform where everybody is welcome, as long as you're generating waste. Of course, we are recycling organic waste, like I said, to produce biofuels and organic fertilizers. Somebody had mentioned that the impact of chemical fertilizers on the soil is creating a lot of wasteland, and we have also seen that in India happening a lot. We are using organic waste to create manure again and put it back into the soil so that we can, less chemical fertilizers are used. Upcycling, of course, whatever material can be upcycled and recycled and can be reused again, we are making it available on our platform. Reducing the need of fossil fuels by regenerating through organic waste. Of course, access to green and clean, cheap energy for all. And reusing resources by putting a value to it. These are the social and economic impact we hope to create with this. We are creating jobs for skilled and unskilled people, opportunities for new business development, income generation for all stakeholders, whether you are a waste generator, a collector, the government, or the environment. We are making sure everybody benefits with this app. We are reducing greenhouse emissions, and we are trying to mitigate climate change with this. This is a video. How do we play this? Of the, sorry. We started. This is in Addis Ababa, whatever you're seeing. There are a couple more, if you can play the next one. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to create an economy out of waste and make sure the impact on the environment is reduced. If you have any more questions, we are around here to answer them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So it's already 1:38. So I think we're going to break here because the colleagues are working on the report. So when we come back after lunch, I'm not sure that the report will be ready exactly on that time. So we'll be able to take a round of questions at that moment. I think people, we had a very long morning. They want to, you insist to speak at this stage, or we can have that comment after lunch, no? Yeah. So because we'll be here, so we'll have a conversation on other actions as well. So let us break now to have lunch, and then so colleagues, particularly the ones that are involved in the report, should we come back at 3? Is okay? Is it reasonable? I'm looking for my colleagues. It's good? Yeah, they're telling me good. So let's come back at 3. Thank you very much and bon appétit.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, and development stakeholders, on behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa Beyond of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's input to the Summit of the Future, to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. AFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socioeconomic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of SDGs, whose deadline is Goal 13, climate action. Goal 15, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goal. We are concerned graphics into a digital. Mobilize better our domestic resources and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst This will inspire us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. It includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partners to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful change there. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goal, with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us back up our visions and plans and make things doable in our lives. I thank you.
ቆሻሻን ከምንለይልን አካባቢያችን እንዲጸዳ በጋራ ሆነን የከተማችን ንጽህና እንዲጠበቅ we can
Recording in progress.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2.
And development stakeholders. On behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome...
Test 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Test. No. Test 1 2. 1 2. متى؟
The Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. AFSC 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socio-economic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs. whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions.
en français ou en anglais? Français. Bonjour. Est-ce que vous nous entendez très bien, juste pour le test? Parce que Madame la ministre.
Let me try. No, okay. So good afternoon. We are waiting for the two documents, the declaration, Addis Ababa Declaration, and the key messages. It's almost done because we have, of course, to provide the documents in 2 languages. So it takes some time. I think it's a matter of 20 minutes we'll be able to share. So maybe we will continue what we started before lunch and having this conversation about the last session. So let's take some questions and or comments. Of course, even before the break, there were some asks for comments. Donc, nous allons continuer la session de ce matin.
So let's continue this morning sessions with additional observations and contributions. And we should be able to have the Addis Ababa Declaration and key messages in about 20 minutes. I'll be sitting here, and we are reopening this morning's session.
Just making sure that there are ushers with the mics, if people would like to ask questions or to make comments. The floor is open. Yeah, we have here, please. Could someone give the microphone? The mic is coming. It's just behind you. Yes. And colleagues, if you could ask the ushers to come on the conference room. Thanks.
In the session yesterday, we didn't get enough time to expound on that, to explore that. But I feel like going forward, last year at COP28, for the first time, we had a whole day dedicated to looking at the effect of climate change on health. $777 million were committed to fighting tropical diseases. Now we have a new disease coming up every 4 months. That's not something we saw in the past. So I feel like before we even get into the nitty-gritty of the bigger picture, it's implied. I understand it is implied, but it can't be being implied anymore. I feel like we need to have a more health-focused approach to dealing with climate change. And sorry, yes, but even bigger picture, when we're looking at it, we need to pay attention more to the effect that a sick population can have on all the things that we are planning. Without that, unfortunately, we won't be able to go as forward as we're hoping to go. So that's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther, for this very important contribution. I mean, we are really undermining that issue. I mean, we don't know how a world, a plus 2 degrees world looks like. We never experienced that. And particularly on health, on this issue of, for instance, if I take the issue of lethal humidity, the risk or the threat is really huge. We underestimate by far this. We started to discuss, even at COP28, this health climate nexus. And these issues are really huge, and definitely I fully agree with you, and more has to be done on that specific issue, because the impact will be really huge, and it started to be very, very important. And while we are moving to that new world of 2.0, and to be frank, I mean, the countries, the policies are not at all the policies of the last century are not at all relevant to face these kinds of challenges. So that's why also the transition we have to do, all of us, in terms of thinking, of designing new policies, new policy framework for these kind of things. On the health issue, on the nexus between health and the climate change will be central in that new framework, new policy framework. So very important issue, key issue. Thanks. Yeah, you want to add one point, please? And then we have a request from online from the Honorable Minister from Morocco. So please go ahead.
Just to add quickly, on day one, thank you. On day one of the speakers said something important. It's not for lack of knowledge. For example, the organization I work with has a footprint in 42 African countries. We're building capacity to respond to disease outbreaks. We're ready, we are available, we are willing to work. We're willing to go out there. They say that we don't have enough research, for example. Apparently, that's one of the challenges that we're facing in this fight towards the fight for climate action. But then we're here. You know, we are available. Sometimes I don't understand exactly what that means. They say that science isn't yet sound. At the Africa Climate Summit, the Africa CDC had a side event where we had plenty of presentations. All of these scientists are out there finding this information, collecting this data. Maybe we can say we don't have a database where all this information can be retrieved, right? But then the knowledge is there. You know, Africans are out there getting this information for Africans. So as long as the will is there, I believe we can get the work done. I'm here specifically to partner with, to meet people who we can potentially partner with, to go out there and do this research, you know, to go out there and find this knowledge, spread this awareness. So we're here, we're ready to work, we're available. They've been calling for the youth, calling for women. We are constantly there. We're ready, we're able, we're capable, and we're willing to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there is a request. Like, I will give you the floor. Like this. On a aussi en ligne son Excellence Madame la Ministre Awatef Hayar, qui est ministre marocaine de la Solidarité.
We have the Minister of Morocco also available online from the Kingdom of Morocco. Can we give the floor to Her Excellency the Minister? Technicians, can you please assist? Madam Minister, do you receive us? And while waiting for her to connect and we address the technical issue, we shall give the floor here in the plenary.
Thank you very much. I just want to concur with what our sister there said about the impacts of climate change and health. At the African Climate Policy Center, we did some work on that, and this is a growing area of work that we would really like to engage with you on, because as you said, there are so many aspects when you think about the impacts of climate change and health. Climate change also results in shifts in agroecological zones, and things that used to be somewhere will no longer be there. Places where you didn't used to have mosquitoes, you now have mosquitoes, and so on. So those are the one side of things. But there is a other part of climate change and health impacts, which is the mental health, right? Because climate change results in more frequent events and more intense. The more frequent ones, we normally look at the intense, when it's a big damage happens and everybody is concerned. But there are small changes that happen more often than they normally would do, but they happen so frequently, like, had a drought this year and then the drought again next year, and the family have lost everything that they have. The impact on their mental health is really, really extreme. So we'd like to work with you because we want to take this new area of work further. And as we say, it is important to collect the data to see what the evidence is, so that we're not only looking at big impacts on health in terms of, let's say, shifts in pathogens, where they are, and so on, but also looking at this important issue of mental health, because people don't see that. Yeah, when there's a big, unusual flood somewhere, everybody sees it. But when there are frequent but small floods affecting very poor people on the extreme margin, nobody sees it, and it takes a big toll on their health. So, and we want to extend that area of work. So I will take your details. I would like to continue with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Linus. We've seen the minister. Is it the connection? Est-ce que la connexion est rétablie?
Is the connection established? Madam Minister, can you hear us? Do you hear me? Good morning. Please go right ahead, Minister. Well, if you would please allow me to make my statement in Arabic. Normally, the Arabic translation and interpretation is provided, so I would ask my colleagues. Is it good? Please go right ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the start, I would like to thank the organizers of this important seminar and this important forum in its 10th meeting, and I want to, I couldn't participate yesterday due to technical points, and I thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate all. And I want to indicate here that the Moroccan kingdom has started the path and participated in order to proceed since the launching of the development plans 2015, and one of the most important issues was to define the priorities of Morocco in order to work on the short and long term on the development and to adapt the national agenda under the mandates of His Majesty the King in order to establish for a social state and our 2011 constitution that defines all rights in the social and economical aspects for a sustainable development of Morocco. And in our 5 years plans of 2021-2026, it fixes all the social pillars, and in this sense, we have worked on the launch of all social activities, emphasizing human development and the socio-economic aspects to serve the marginal sectors of society, and to work on to implement also the objectives of the Agenda 2063 of the Union. And since 2021, we launched the social revolution led by His Majesty in order to combat against all type of marginalization, increasing the purchasing power of the citizens. We, since 2022, we widened the social umbrella coverage in order to cover the citizens that could not normally be part of the social coverage as they started to be users of the new system that serves the citizens that could not be easily assisted, and they exceeded 1 million men and women. And the system was launched as 3.5 million Moroccan families are receiving monthly aids within the direct social aids. And we 19.8 persons were registered in the national register, and 1 million families within the new social coverage system. Ladies and gentlemen, the social coverages is an objective of the Moroccan government to implement a strategy for a sustainable social development regeneration to empower people, and to reinforce all the social support networks and to provide all type of social services for persons requiring aid, and especially who are in difficult and hardship conditions, the elderly and children in the streets and similar citizens. And in order to serve these marginalized people and to extend the social coverage for social harmony and implement the programs and to launch programs for the protection of childhood and combat the children in the streets phenomena, and to guide the families and to develop assisting services for families and positive balancing services, and also the family mediation, and to serve the elderly and provide human resources in order to enhance the social workers and to promote the social services entities. And to conclude, I want to thank all the participants for the organizer for organizing such an important event, and hope that results will fulfill our aspirations, and may the blessing of God be upon you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister of Social
We will
Aspects.
now go through the floor and see whether there is anyone whom wishes to make a comment, a remark, ask a question.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you.
Alors, en tant que
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a Moroccan diplomat, I wish to make a modest contribution with regard to this topic in order to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. One must focus on the issue of security and the issue of instability in Africa, which is costing Africa tremendous financial resources that ought to be redirected to priority areas such as education, health, and others, as well as climate. I believe that United Nations agencies and development agencies, as well as development partners, should support in earnest regional initiatives that are directed towards action and focused on development as a way to make Africa more stable. So in this regard, some regional initiatives were launched, and one, of course, must support those initiatives that would promote the relationship between peace, security, and development, as we know fully well that the root causes of instability stem from poverty, from bad governance, as well as other ailments. And second, now with regard to the case of Morocco, this is a country that is strongly committed to regional cooperation and integration within Africa. We can just make mention of the most recent initiative made by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, as the African Atlantic Initiative, so as to enable access to sub-Saharan landlocked African countries, access to the Atlantic. This will not only contribute to promoting and increasing economic development, but also will strengthen stability. Let's not forget the other initiative launched by Morocco is the Atlantic Initiative that includes 23 Atlantic riparian African countries for a more integrated and stronger stability. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for your contribution, particularly with regard to the relationship between peace, security, and development. And as this should go towards increasing inclusive development, something that would be very difficult to do when you have instability, insecurity,
هل هناك طلبات أخرى
Any other request for the floor? I was told
جزء من
that
الإعلانات
the declarations text was prepared and is being sent to all participants. You should be receiving it in your email inboxes.
Was ready and has been already shared. So just check your emails as you registered for this forum. You received some communications. So normally you will receive the Addis Ababa Declaration. They are still finalizing the key messages. So we are expecting it in a few minutes, I hope, definitely before 4. Any other contribution, comment, and or questions you would like colleagues to ask before we move to the key messages?
قبل أن ننتقل إلى الرسائل الرئيسية جاية كلمة ربما.
A short break, I hope. And we reconvene the session at 4. I hope that at that moment the declaration, the key messages will be ready. Colleagues, if you could confirm that the declaration has been shared, it would be great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Very important for the survey. We checked this morning and even early this afternoon. The rate is not very high, so you received also by email and by also it was distributed. I guess the survey. Is there an address? Yeah, this is the QR code. So please. Fill the questionnaire, fill the survey. It's really important for us to improve continuously the forum. So we need to hear from you. And this will help us a lot, will help us all the colleagues or the part of the house. And even this, of course, we share also this with our partners in the organization so we can collectively improve the organization of the next sessions of the forum. So please take a few minutes. This will take you not more than 5 to 10 minutes maximum, but in 5 minutes I think it will be finished. So please fill it now as we are waiting for the key messages. Merci à tous. Lire le questionnaire qui a été distribué.
Thank you all. A questionnaire is accessible via QR code. Please fill it out because it will help us tremendously in our in terms of organization so as to be able to improve the services that we provide through this forum. We constantly seek to improve our performance. Your opinions, your critiques, your suggestions are very precious. So please take a few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, no more, so as to inform that or to fill out the questionnaire. Thank you for the survey.
نتوقف الآن.
Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues are telling me that they are still working on it, but the coffee break is ready. So maybe we can go, it's served at the level of also of the knowledge fair. So we can go there and we can come back in something like 30 minutes. We'll see. I hope that they may be ready around that. So the coffee is served, is available. Don't hesitate. Of course, if you want to stay here to relax, it's okay. But know that the coffee is served as well there. So the coffee break is ready. Mesdames et messieurs, mes collègues me disent que la pause café est disponible.
Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues do say that the coffee break is available downstairs where we have the knowledge exhibit. This would allow you to stretch your legs and visit some stands, as this year a particular effort was made. So do not hesitate to visit the knowledge show, and we'll come back in 30 minutes. I thank you.
I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development, on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises.
The ARFSD10 takes place at a time when, in the words of the UN Secretary General, we are on the verge of a new era, marked by the highest level of geopolitical tensions and major power competition indicates.
We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regress below the 2015 baseline.
We must join hands to provide sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions that drive accelerated implementation of interventions at scale.
We need further international solidarity, interagency, and multi-sectoral action in order for us to minimize the need for recurrent humanitarian aid.
Today, we are intensifying our efforts, collaborating with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure financial inclusion is aligned with SDG 1, no poverty, by expanding access to financial services for underserved populations.
We also need to advocate that adequate levels of investment are made to expand access to quality healthcare services for all people.
Migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significantly to all aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and has such really key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals.
We are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure that SDGs are brought back on track at scale.
We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of SDG 16.
Investment in climate-resilient infrastructure, implementing early warning systems, and integrating traditional knowledge with the modern science to enhance adaptive capacity becomes critical.
The clock is ticking on our collective commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. That is why I am deeply pleased that the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development is holding its 10th session here in Ethiopia to spur momentum around the SDGs.
How do we foster SDI for industrial development through big data and AI? How do we build effective institutions? How do we streamline science, technology, and innovation in the AFCFTA? How do we promote scientific freedom, but most importantly, funding and partnerships?
Let's reignite progress towards achieving the SDGs and create a brighter future for all in Africa.
I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development, on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union,
and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises.
The ARFSD10 takes place at a time when, in the words of the UN Secretary General, we are on the verge of a new era, marked by the highest level of geopolitical tensions and major power competition indicates.
We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regress below the 2015 baseline.
We must join hands to provide sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions that drive accelerated implementation of interventions at scale.
We need further international solidarity, interagency, and multi-sectoral action in order for us to minimize the need for recurrent humanitarian aid.
Today, we are intensifying our efforts, collaborating with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure financial inclusion is aligned with SDG 1, no poverty, by expanding access to financial services for underserved populations.
We also need to advocate that adequate levels of investment are made to expand access to quality health for all people.
Migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significantly to all aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and has such really key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals.
We are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure that SDGs are brought back on track at scale.
We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of SDG 16.
Investment in climate resilient infrastructure, implementing early warning systems, and integrating traditional knowledge with the modern science to enhance adaptive capacity becomes critical.
The clock is ticking on our collective commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. That is why I am deeply pleased that the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development is holding its 10th session here in Ethiopia to spur momentum around the SDGs.
How do we foster SDI for industrial development through big data and AI? How do we build effective institutions? How do we streamline science, technology, and innovation in the AFCFTA? How do we promote science, but most importantly, funding and partnerships?
Let's reignite progress towards achieving the SDGs and create a brighter future for all in Africa.
I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises.
The ARFSD10 takes place at a time when, in the words of the UN Secretary General, we are on the verge of a new era, marked by the highest level of geopolitical tensions and major power competition indicates.
We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regress below the 2015 baseline.
We must join hands to provide sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions that drive accelerated implementation of interventions at scale.
We need further international solidarity, interagency, and multi-sectoral action in order for us to minimize the need for recurrent humanitarian aid.
Today, we are intensifying our efforts, collaborating with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure financial inclusion is aligned with SDG 1, no poverty, by expanding access to financial services for underserved populations.
We also need to advocate that adequate levels of investment are made to expand access to quality healthcare services for all people.
Migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significant aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and has such really key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals.
We are tripling our efforts together with stakeholders at national, regional and global levels to ensure that SDGs are brought back on track at scale.
We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of SDG 16.
Investment in climate-resilient infrastructure, implementing early warning systems, and integrating traditional knowledge with the modern science to enhance adaptive capacity becomes critical.
The clock is ticking on our collective commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. That is why I am deeply pleased that the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development is holding its 10th session here in Ethiopia to spur momentum around the SDGs.
How do we foster SDI for industrial development through big data and AI? How do we build effective institutions? How do we streamline science, technology, and innovation in the AFCFTA? How do we promote scientific freedom, but most importantly, funding and partnerships?
Let's reignite progress towards achieving the SDGs and create a brighter future for all in Africa.
And Goal 17, Partnerships for the Goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs durables, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nous sommes souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité est au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'un grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, qui sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie. Dear participant, chair participant, as announced, normally you received both documents you received the link on your emails. So normally you have access to the declaration. You had access to the declaration more than half an hour ago. But now also the key messages also have been shared. So please, we are going to start very soon, but at least take that opportunity to go through the key messages. Donc, chers participants, normalement vous avez déjà reçu la déclaration il y a un moment.
Dear participants, I'm sure you received the declaration a few minutes ago and the key messages into your email. I believe you have received the link, and we are going to start the meeting very soon. Please go through the messages that you have received. The chair of the Bureau is here and all the other members are here. So we are soon going to start reading the main key messages. We're not going to read the entire introduction because we don't have enough time. And also, as far as the declaration is concerned, we will also read it as rapidly as possible. So if you haven't accessed your email, please do so and check the texts that have been sent to you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start. S'il vous plaît. Yeah. Mesdames et messieurs, nous reprenons les travaux. Donc, après
Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is called to order. After consulting the minister in charge of the bureau in Addis Ababa, we shall go through the key items and the declaration of Addis Ababa. Let me call upon His Excellency the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Education of the Republic of Mauritania as the chairperson to join us, Honorable Minister, sir.
Merci. Donc, nous,
Thank you very much. I trust that you have been able to get access to the documents, but of course I do appreciate that you didn't have sufficient time to go through the various parts that constitute this document together with the key messages. So there is the introduction, the presentations, and each one of the sessions with a number of key messages. So we call upon you to go through those key messages since we have about 12 plenary sessions and 5 other sessions, so that give us a total of about 85 messages to go through. I think that will require quite some time. Nonetheless, we encourage you to peruse through them and send us your comments in writing, and you can highlight them and you can then send them to this email address, eca-arfsd@un.org. So you can send your messages, your comments, or questions. The Secretariat is going to make sure that those comments are taken on board and either today, up to tomorrow, so that we can work through them tomorrow under the supervision of the Bureau.
If possible, tonight, not more than tomorrow morning, so we can work the entire day tomorrow to under the control of the Bureau. For any conflicting messages or whatever, we will discuss, submit to the Bureau, and take a decision, and the Bureau will take a decision. And so it's really the Bureau composed by the different representatives from the different sub-regions that will deal with any conflicting issue. So we will work closely with the Bureau. The Secretariat will make sure that the Bureau lead the process, but knowing that we need to finalize the document and to send it to New York before the end of this month. That's why we need to quickly. So we count on you to reflect your comments in track change in this document and to send it to that address so we can work on it tomorrow. Ça, c'est pour les messages clés. Pour le deuxième document qui est la déclaration d'Addis Abeba.
That is for key messages, and on the document that where we have the Addis Ababa Declaration, it's made up of 8 pages. I'm going to go through the salient points and stop on each of the topics so that we can see whether there are comments or questions.
The introductory, the introduction, and all the part where we reaffirm, recognize all these things. Of course, you can go through it, and also you can express by written track change any comment. But now I will just go directly to page 4. Je vais aller à la page numéro 4 de la déclaration, where we start.
Let me go to page 4. Page 4.
No, this is the key messages, if not mistaken. Huh? Please, if you could display.
These are the key messages.
Of course, you have it also on your laptop or phone, but it's better, colleagues, if we can display the Addis Ababa Declaration. And go to the page 4. Yeah, go up, yes. No. Do hereby, yeah, just there, yes. Donc on est à ce niveau-là par la présente. Donc appelons les participants au sommet de la...
So recalling the special declaration on illicit financial flows, we invite delegates to go through the priorities that are going to be adopted. I'm not going to read all the items. For item A, with regard to sustainable development for funding development, do you have any comments?
6. Let me just check.
Yeah.
7 point for this part A. Pour le point A, nous avons 7 points. Est-ce qu'il y a des
comments? On A, we've got 7 items. Do you have any comments on sustainable development and financing or funding development? I see none. Well, not to worry. I think you'll have time to digest all this and then send us your comment or make comments later on item A.
Please, Mike, could we ask the ushers?
Oui, merci beaucoup de me donner la parole. Alors, puisque cette partie...
Thank you for recognizing me. Since we are dealing with funding development, I think it will be proper that we include the support to initiatives that are designed to promote the link between peace, security, and development, and initiatives that have to do with regional integration, if that is possible. Because even for UN specialized agencies, I think it will be easier for them to deal with regional initiatives. Won't it? Thank you. Let's double check whether there is no general regional declaration, because peace and security are reflected in B. Because with regard to international peace and security, to double down on efforts to ensure peace, recognizing that it is a prerequisite for security, good governance, and development. Indeed, if you have a proposal with regard to this particular item on peace and security, especially if it has to do with funding, well, it could be a contribution that you may wish to make on this particular item.
Micro, please. Mike, could we give the mic here? And if we can call the ushers, please. I insist, this morning they were not here. This afternoon they are not here. Please note also their absence. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two comments on D and E.
We're not yet there, huh?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let's see on the, so B, there's no more comment. So we can move to C. And we'll give you the floor soon. Hein. C, en ce qui concerne l'innovation scientifique et la coopération numérique. Là, nous avons...
C, on cooperation and scientific innovation, together with digital cooperation. Do you have any comments?
I don't see any hand. I think we can move to D. D, en ce qui concerne la jeunesse et les générations futures. Là, nous avons...
Youth and future generations.
I don't... Any... Yes, please. You have the mic, please.
We're on D?
D we are in D, yes.
That's fine. Just building up on Guy Ryder's presentation yesterday on the Summit of the Future, and reflecting the comments that were made in the room, there were two comments, I think, which was quite synonymous with all colleagues in the room. One being the addition of women and gender within the youth.
Sorry, interpretation is not working? Is interpretation working?
Yes, we're here. We are here. Interpretation is working. We are here.
It's working now? Now it's working. Sorry, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In relation to point D, I think we had as well a member of parliament from Uganda yesterday and other colleagues mentioning that there was a need to incorporate language on women in the Summit of the Future, and that should build in. So I'm proposing that another inclusion be made. Perhaps I can share some language, but I can't think from the top of my head. And while I have the microphone on E, if you allow me, Mr. Chairman, just a very brief one.
Please.
On transforming the global governance, an issue that was brought up yesterday by myself as well was the issue...
Sorry. No translation, there is issue of translation. Translators. So we don't have ushers, we don't have translators. So... Is it working now? C'est bon, ça marche? No, not yet. Sorry, yeah? It's okay? It's okay. So, and maybe reduce the flow, yeah, so at least maybe translators.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. On the issue on transforming global governance, one point that was raised yesterday and is not included, perhaps we can make a recommendation, is the issue of reforming the Security Council to become more fit and representative of Africa. That was a point mentioned yesterday in the discussions. So I can send some language on that as well, or other colleagues. But those are my two comments, if you allow me, Mr. Chairperson, and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, this is a strong call from the continent on the reform of the Security Council. Thank you for reminding us that. And of course, we'll appreciate if you can send it by interact change to that address. Thank you very much. We have there a request for the floor.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the team who worked on these great documents. Still on that part, talking about women, where we're going to be bringing that amendment, I would love to suggest that we add people with disabilities. We have had a good representation in the room, but in none of the documents, neither the report nor the declaration, can we see people with disabilities on them. Thank you.
Okay. On which part, E or D? D, huh? Okay. So we if you could propose some language there and send it by track change, definitely it's really crucial that it's reflected there. Thank you very much. I think there, this gentleman is requesting from the floor.
Yes, excuse me. I think I have to go a little bit back on with the reference to scientific innovations and digital.
Wait, 1 second, please. The traduction, ça marche pas? Traduction en français, s'il vous plaît. Could you stand up at least? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
What I'm saying, I may go back a little bit to the reference to scientific innovations and digital cooperations. This actually message, or the key message, which we need to address also, the issue of the clean environments. The issue of the clean environment and innovation technology for nature-based solution when we are combating the migrant base. So I think this is one of the most challenging issue in this respect. So I would like to just to add my contribution here by including the issue of the impact of climate change and the use of the chemical pesticide on combating the maybe migratory-based example, desert locust, by looking for nature-based solutions, just like biocontrol or bioagent or green innovations, which we already have a series of the environment safe maybe products which can ride on locust and maybe give a good control for the desert locust, which has been innovated by DLCO. So we like actually to address that point. And as I have mentioned earlier this morning here, that we have an innovations, we call it as a green innovations, which are nature-based solution to control the desert locust. And now we have already patenting that innovations. And now what we need and what is our maybe future plans is to go forward for maybe commercializations and implementation of these green innovations in some of the African countries, particularly East African countries and other African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you can put this in 1 or 2 sentences maximum,
okay,
and send it instructions.
Okay.
Okay. And yeah, let's try to be inclusive in the geographically as well, not to focus only on one sub-region. Yeah, thanks. Here we have ask for.
Okay, my comment is on D. 2. It says to engage young people and children. So when we are talking about young and children, we must also include these able youngs. So if we add there, young, children and disabled, something like that. Because yesterday, one of the young disabled has given comment to the House.
Okay, I don't think that there is any, we all agree on that. So the same recommendation send us the instructions, the addition there. Huh? Okay, so E, no comment, no additional comment. We can move to now the other part, number 2, which is in French is prions instamment les membres de la Commission économique. So this is a message to ECA,
Now,
UN system, AUC, FDB, all partners, to revitalize institutions and policies and plans, development plans, and to channel the financial resources for the implementation of the 2 agendas. So here also we have some from A to R. So let's go block by block. I'm not going to read all these points. So for the 4th one, A, B, C, D, I don't know if there are any comments for block A, B, C, D. Maroc.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je voudrais proposer une recommandation relative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to suggest a recommendation. Can the speaker speak closer to the mic? We can hardly hear him. No. The recommendation has got to do with policies to strengthen the institutional independence and scientific independence and give them resources so that they are able to take advantage of new developments. Thank you. I think send us something in writing. I think that will be helpful so that we are in a position to better analyze all these items. And that will be the good of all and sundry.
EFGH. Okay, I think it's okay. Of course, we can come back if there is any any request. So then IJKL. No particular issue here. MNOP. MNOP. Okay, yes, please, there.
Coming back to to enhance human rights approaches, would I still put an emphasis on dignity? And I've seen it on.
Sorry, could you, which point, E or I?
Actually, no, J.
Okay, yes.
J en français.
J en français, élaboré, hein?
Oui.
Okay.
To develop and implement strategies, you go on the third line, to enhance human rights approaches. I would suggest to enhance dignity and human rights approaches.
I think it's a good contribution. Yeah, so please submit it when you submit.
Okay, sure.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And I think we discussed a lot about dignity. It was really in the heart of many interventions. And this is a strong message that has to come from the continent to the summit of the future. So it's important to highlight it in different places of the declaration. Thank you very much for that. So I think I stopped at M. So we have NOPQ. Yeah, here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On N, to depend domestic resource mobilization, to scale up, we can add new additional and predictable financial resources.
So
to scale up
on the first sentence, huh?
Yes.
So yeah, to deepen the mobilization of national domestic resources.
To scale up new, additional, and predictable financial resources.
Okay, so the idea is to use also innovative financial mechanisms to mobilize new source of revenues, domestic revenues. Huh? So you can, yeah, because we scale up what the existing ones, and we explore or develop new or innovative financial mechanisms, something around that. This is the idea, no?
I think it's two parts. There is sourcing funding from the domestic sources and the international ones. So, with respect to the international funding system, we require a scale-up of new, additional, and predictable financial resources.
Okay.
And a revitalized and strengthened global partnership for sustainable development.
Okay, thanks. So if you could, okay, now I got it. So on the second part of the international financing, to really scale it up and create new sources of or new mechanism or whatever. But if you could propose, yeah, something around that one. But the idea is very clear. We will develop that one on that the international part. Okay. So don't see any hands. So I think I was in P. So we can move now. Q, I think I stopped at Q. Yeah, and QR. Merci, Monsieur le Président. QR, if there is no comment, I think we can move to point number 3. This is explicitly addressed to RCs, resident coordinators of the UN system and the country teams. And I don't see any hand. Morocco, sorry, please go ahead.
Merci. Donc,
thank you.
La grande question de la lutte contre la pauvreté.
With regard to our struggle against poverty, the protection, social protection should be emphasized here. So we suggest the following. We have to derive benefit of this social protection systems to the benefit of other countries by encouraging. It's very clear. So do we include it in 3? So we request the resident coordinators who deal directly with the policies that are implemented in the countries where there are social protection policies, etc., to share this information. Well, in fact, to become responsible for the coordination, yes. Coordination between the countries is extremely important. And in fact, that is the main reason to improve the coordination with ECA and to support this coordination and strengthen the relationship between the resident coordinators and even the regional commissions like the ECA can also assist and promote this coordination. Thank you. Thank you. To please include this in your contribution in writing.
3, I think it's okay. We can move to the point number 4, where Monsieur le Président, le forum demande au gouvernement mauritanien de présenter.
The forum requests the government of Mauritania to present the key messages and the President's declaration on behalf of Africa to the high-level political forum on sustainable development to be convened under the auspices of the ECOSOC in New York in July and the Summit of the Future to be held at the UN headquarters in New York between 22 and 23rd of September 24. I believe that we have now come to the end of the declaration. Of course, all the contributions will be taken on board and integrated and validated by the Bureau. And the same work, moreover, will be done with regard to the key messages. And naturally, the Secretariat will work in close cooperation and under the supervision of the Bureau to make sure and guarantee that all the contributions be introduced and taken into account for the key messages. Mr. Chair, I think we have gone through the two major documents emanating from this forum, and the various stakeholders have been able also to make their comments and react to these documents. Good evening, everybody. I think we have gone through all the documents. So we will continue with the meeting, but with regard to the general declaration and upon reservation of the comments that have been made, therefore I can say that we can adopt the declaration and it has been adopted unanimously. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And we shall go on to the next item on the agenda. Before the closing session, I no longer have the program.
Oh, is a theme and place on the, yeah, thank you, merci. I'm not sure that is this one. Ah non, sorry, pardon. Voilà, nous sommes donc à l'agenda, au point de l'ordre du jour numéro 12.
We are at item 12, themes, date and venue of the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. The theme of the next forum will derive inspiration from the high-level forum on sustainable development of 2025, which will be decided at the high-level forum in 2024. And of course, traditionally, RFSD will derive some inspiration by underscoring the specificity of Africa and, of course, Agenda 2063. At this point, we don't have an exact theme, but the High Political Forum on Sustainable Development 2025 will globally review all the various indicators of SDGs, 5 years at the end of SDG. So the theme will derive its inspiration from this overall review, and ECA and its partners, of course, will also prepare this continental review, taking into account the 2063 indicators, and a special effort will be made by the indicator dimension so that the contribution of Africa will be as pertinent as possible and the best documented. So we're going to start as from this year, preparing this preceding the 2025 HPLF. In July, we are going to submit a message, defend it, and do the necessary advocacy. This will be done on the basis of the key messages that were reached during the course of these 3 days. Date and venue of the 11th session. The dates still have to be confirmed, but it will be more or less around this same period. Generally speaking, at the ECA, we hold a conference of ministers around March, And as soon as possible, we shall communicate the dates. We will post them on the site and also the period of the dates of the next forum, Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. As far as the venue is concerned, traditionally we rotate from sub-region to sub-region. For the next year, the forum is expected to be held in the Southern African region. Of course, we hope to, as quickly as possible, have received proposals from Southern African countries who would like to host the forum, so as to be able to announce it at the HPLF in New York in July, which will be done by His Excellency the Minister, who will represent the African continent. It is important for us that in July we should be in a position to announce where the next forum is going to be held. In order to do so, we ask the countries of Southern Africa to hold consultations with their capital cities, and if they wish to host the forum, to contact the Secretariat before the end of May. As of the 31st of May onwards, we should also be able to come up with proposals from other sub-regions. We really wish to announce in July to the HPLF the country that is going to host the 11th ARFSD. So as from the 1st of June, let us envisage the possibility of seeing if there are any possibilities of other countries which do not belong to Southern Africa, but to another sub-region, and we could propose also the proposal. If there are several proposals, through the permanent missions, we shall contact the countries concerned, of course, on the basis of the ambitions that will have been put forward. We will discuss with these various countries, and this will be done through the Bureau, because it's extremely important that the Bureau that is going to validate this process, and thanks to the Bureau and the permanent missions, will be able to take a collegial decision and consult each other on the basis of the proposals coming from the countries concerned. So as of today, this is what we can say regarding the dates and venue of the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether you would like to add anything to what I have just mentioned. Very well then. So we can go on to item 13 on the agenda, other matters. Is there any other business which the participants would like to raise? If there are none, if there are no other further items, then we can proceed to the closing of the session. I just want to make sure that I can see the people that are going to, the officials who are going to participate in the closing session. I think the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist is not present. Mr. Chairman, could we just take 2 minutes to make sure and check? Oh, fine, she is coming. The Deputy Executive Secretary is on her way. And perhaps while waiting, perhaps we could see the video of the ECOSOC chair. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, we can start by listening to the video of the President of the Social Council and Permanent Representative of Chile to the United Nations in New York.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I extend my thanks to the Economic Commission for Africa for convening the forum and for the many partners in the region who have contributed to these discussions. The Regional Sustainable Development Forums provide a platform for highlighting regional cooperation on transformative pathways for sustainable development. They are essential for showcasing national innovations and implementation of the SDGs. it is crucial to acknowledge the particular challenges and unique circumstances faced by the African region on its path to sustainable development. Despite significant progress and innovative initiatives, Africa continues to grapple with multifaceted challenges, including poverty, inequality, the effects of climate change, and access to essential services. Addressing these challenges requires tailored approaches that consider the diverse socioeconomic context and development priorities across the continent. Moreover, fostering inclusive and participatory decision-making processes is paramount in ensuring that the voices of all stakeholders, including marginalized communities and vulnerable populations, are heard and integrated into sustainable development strategies. Empowering local communities, amplifying the role of women and youth, and embracing indigenous knowledge systems are essential steps towards building resilience and driving sustainable development across Africa. By recognizing and addressing these particularities, we can pave the way for more effective and sustainable solutions that leave no one behind in Africa's journey towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. However, the African region is also a source of innovative solutions and experiences. The continent is a hub of creativity and resilience where communities have developed original approaches to address pressing issues such as food security, healthcare access, renewable energy, and environmental conservation. Africa's innovation serves as a valuable lesson for all nations striving to build a more sustainable and inclusive future for generations to come. I would like to mention just a few notable examples that have been submitted by the Economic Commission for Africa in response to my call for inputs to the high-level political forum. First, the African Trade Exchange Platform has been established to enable pooled procurement of basic commodities to ensure countries have access to scarce supplies in a transparent manner. By integrating suppliers, especially small business and small and medium-sized enterprises, the exchange is reportedly fostering more inclusive development. The Pharma Initiative is another example. The initiative leveraged the African Continental Free Trade Area for pooled procurement of pharmaceuticals, local pharmaceutical production, and quality assurance. It convenes and enables stakeholders to pilot selected strategies for improving access to reproductive, maternal, and child health, essential medicines, and related commodities across selected geographic areas in Africa. Progress has also been made in the game-changing area of education. The African Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation Fund is an initiative of the African Development Bank designed as a blended finance mechanism that aims to pool $300 million via innovative financing mechanisms to address the financing gap in education. These are just a few of the high-impact initiatives from across Africa that are furthering the goals and targets of both the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. They are indicative of the innovation we are seeing in the region and the commitment to achieving sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's HLPF is reinforcing the 2030 Agenda and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, the effective delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. It will feature presentations of voluntary national reviews from 38 countries, including 15 African countries. Notably, all 54 countries in the region will have conducted at least one review, and Africa will have achieved universal reporting on progress towards the SDGs at the HLPF. The forum will also conduct an in-depth review of progress towards a focused set of sustainable development goals, while holding dedicated sessions on the priorities of African countries, least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, small island developing states, and middle-income countries. Focused dialogues will also be held on science, technology, and innovation, finance, local actions, voices of civil society, and leaving no one behind. I'm also encouraged by the increase and enthusiasm for subnational reviews or voluntary local reviews that support the voices of local authorities and community-level stakeholders. Dear colleagues, your successes and ongoing efforts are commendable. The outcomes of this regional forum will make a significant contribution to the HLPF. As the president of the ECOSOC, I congratulate of Africa Regional Forum for its impactful work, and I look forward to welcome you to New York in July. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this message, President of ECOSOC, Ambassador Paula Narvaez. It's my pleasure now to call our Deputy Executive Secretary for Program and Chief Economist of ECA, Madame Hanan Morsi, to make her statement.
Good afternoon. Her Excellency Paula Narvaez, President of the ECOSOC, Mr. Ramez, President Coordinator of the UN in Ethiopia, and His Excellency Niag Mamadou, Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, Republic of Mauritania, and Chair of the Bureau. Your Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the 10th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development to an end, allow me to thank all participants who traveled near and far to be here with us in person, but also those who have participated online in a very engaging and excellent discussions that we have had, and for your valuable contributions. The deliberations that we've had this week and experiences shared from this forum and from also the first 10 years of implementation period of the Agenda 2063 provide a host of lessons and recommendations we must draw on going forward. There is no doubt that Africa is a region of ideas and innovations, of productive human capital. Our youth will be by 2030 accounting for the world's largest working force population. And the continent is also rich in natural resources. So we're not short of opportunities, and I'm sure with all the engagement and the drive we've seen here, we definitely have the will to move forward to utilize these opportunities. We must really leverage and build on these assets by placing education, the use of technology, and high-quality data and statistics at the core of our efforts. These actions with the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement can turbocharge the SDGs and Agenda 2063. But it will only happen with bold and ambitious decisions. There are three key takeaways from this forum that I'd like to highlight. The first is that Africa has an opportunity to reverse trends and accelerate actions toward realizing the SDGs and the Africa we want. While, the SDG 1 related to reducing poverty, indeed, data is not encouraging, with the poverty rates and people living in poverty estimated to increase this year. Here highlights the importance of ensuring access to social services, generating job opportunities, and putting in place social protection to safeguard the most vulnerable, and to reduce inequalities in our societies and enhance the living standards of our population. In the process, we have to invest in strengthening resilience against future shocks. With regard to SDG 2 on zero hunger, with the prevalence of undernourishment on the rise and more people facing hunger today, we must look inward for solutions and do so quickly. There is urgent need to implement the regional agreements we already have in place that offer solutions, such as Africa Regional Nutrition Strategy, the Common African Position on Food Systems, to name a few. We must also commit action to realize transformative initiatives like the common agro-industrial parks that could serve the region. Realizing our ambitions for development in a responsible manner will require a climate lens in all of our actions, as we have been discussing related to SDG 13. Undeniably, Africa is disproportionately affected by the severe events brought by climate change, losing on average 5% of GDP as a result. In some individual cases, this can go up to 15% of GDP. The swift adoption of climate resilient and disaster risk reduction strategies must therefore be the new norm. Furthermore, we must double efforts to ensure peace. Our ambitious global and regional goals will not be achieved without safety, respect for human rights, and strong institutions for the rule of law to allow economic growth as outlined and envisaged under SDG 16. The second key takeaway is that the SDGs and Africa we want cannot be achieved without the required financing at scale. Africa needs investment of about $1.3 trillion a year to achieve the SDGs by 2030, and investments of over $2.8 trillion in mitigation and adaptation alone in order to implement the nationally determined contributions. In line with SDG 17 on partnerships, we must build partnerships locally, regionally, and globally to mobilize the resources we need. On the domestic front, a serious and immediate reallocation of resources towards sustainable development is needed, deepening domestic resource mobilization and using innovative financial instruments offer a great potential. In addition, initiatives such as the launch of the Africa Green Bank Initiative by the African Development Bank could help to generate climate finance opportunities on the continent worth $3 trillion. Also putting into action the Nairobi Declaration for Climate Change, calling for the meeting of the global commitments to raise $100 billion in annual climate funding could also generate climate financing needed for the region, while crowding in private sector investments. The international community must also do its part and deliver on promises made, as well as take deliberate actions to reform the international financial architecture, reform debt resolution mechanisms, and scale up affordable finance. The third takeaway that I'd like to share with you is that Africa must take its rightful leadership position in finding solutions to its development challenges. We welcome the Africa's permanent seat at the G20 and the General Assembly vote to adopt a convention on international tax cooperation. These are very important milestones. These developments offer an opportunity for the region to provide leadership on a variety of issues for more effective global cooperation, for stemming illicit financial flows, reinvigorating the multilateral system, and to ensuring the voice of Africa and the global South is heard in international economic decision-making, norm setting, and global economic governance. Very importantly, the voices of the youth, which you've been discussing here in this forum. For voices of the youth attending this forum, I think have been heard loud and clear. They will feed into this year's Summit of the Future that will inform the decisions made by the world leaders to deliver a better present and safeguard the future. On its part, ECA pledges to continue to ensure that Africa's voice is heard in global fora, as well as included for the youth to be included in processes and represented in different important discussions that takes place. To conclude, I want to express once again our immense appreciation to the government and the people of Ethiopia for hosting this year's forum. I also want to congratulate the newly elected Bureau members and express appreciation to the outgoing chair of Niger and members of the outgoing Bureau, Morocco, Namibia, Chad, and Ethiopia. ECA commits to working with you to realize the Addis Ababa Declaration and effective delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to reinvigorate and reinforce the 2030 agenda, as well as the Agenda 2063, and to eradicate poverty in times of multiple crises. Last but not least, I would like to thank our partners, the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, the United Nations family, and all those who have worked on the front lines as well as behind the scenes to make this event a success. I thank you for your participation, your attention, and look forward to seeing you in next year's forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DS Morsi. It's my pleasure now to call the resident and humanitarian coordinator of Ethiopia, Dr. Ramiz Alakbarov.
C'est comme ça. Okay, thank you so very much. First of all, Your Excellency Minister Niak Mamadou, Chairperson of the Bureau, my dear sister Hanan, Deputy Executive Director of UNECE, my dear brother Antonio, Deputy Head of the UNECE, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, excellencies, my fellow UN resident coordinators, and please consider all protocols observed. It is such a great moment to be here today and to see this important resolution which was adopted by acclamation today and see how the convergent knowledge, experience, and political savviness of the region has come in this articulate way to emphasize what are the aspirations of the continent for development at this clearly difficult and challenging time around the world. And as we look at it, we're just 5 months away from the Summit of the Future. a time and a place where we'll be discussing where do we go at the time the multilateralism is challenged. At the time, then often we hear more about conditionality rather than about the principles we defended for so many years. And I'm talking about Busan, Accra. I'm talking about the Addis Ababa Declaration, and everything we cherished as development for so many years now has taken place with greater ask for aid conditionality and a more of a transactional nature of relationships between the traditional partners with resources and the countries which are pushing for their development. And therefore it is so important that today, as we spell out the position of an aspiration of the continent towards the summit of the future, towards the advancement of the Agenda 2030, that we formulate this very forward-looking resolution. For me, a few takeaways which are important from this meeting is that a much more tangible commitment is required from all partners. First of all, from us, as the actors who are present on the continent and of the governments, but also those who are supporting us. A staggering figure, $1 trillion for development of the continent, was voiced today, and it might seem unattainable. And I would challenge anyone who says no. According to the latest data I was searching today, World has found this year more than $260 billion, $2.6 trillion for war. Surely, if we can find that resources for war, we can find those resources for peace and development. Because it is that peace and is that development which we need to offer today to our children. And that peace and development cannot be brought with the knowledge and technology of the past. We will not champion any more development models which are based on outdated technologies and which do not advance us ahead of the game, so that a year, 2, 10, 15 years later, when we gather and discuss the development challenges of the continent, we will not be catching up again with the rest of the world. We will invest in the solutions of tomorrow so that we will be ahead of the curve. And that's what today's discussion, and that's what this resolution is talking about, giving the continent the solutions, African solutions, continental solutions, which are technologically empowered by the knowledge, and which are driving the change, a meaningful change for the generations to come. That is my second takeaway. And that is related to the partners. We have seen a chronic dependence on aid sector. And aid sector has become more conditional than ever before. I think it is important that as we go back to our capitals, as we go to the places we came from, that we carry a message that we do not accept aid conditionality on all of these investments beyond conditionality on accountability and transparency. Because all of those sectors which we are talking about, women's health, education, development of communications infrastructure, and so forth, are in fact social sectors. They should not be a subject of any political or any other sort of conditionality. Needless to say, we spoke about the evidence. Evidence should guide all of our actions. And most importantly, it also exchange of experiences. It's the continental dialogue. It is the South-South and triangular cooperation, and that is sharing the experiences within the region and knowledge, which will let us to drive to a more developed and more forward-looking solutions. This is what I take away. I take away more emphasis, which is required on broader partnerships, on partnerships with the private sector, and all of those who are the friends of the continent, indeed, to put Africa in the place and the space of its global leadership it long deserves and which is long overdue to it, including the membership, hopefully, in the UN Security Council after the Summit of the Future, where we will be also looking at the global financial architecture, but also at the leadership, because it's long overdue. Colleagues, these are my hopes, aspirations, which I shared with you, but I am here speaking on behalf of Ethiopia country team. You're in the land of all the beginnings. You're in a place of a history. It's very symbolic that we have gathered in Addis Ababa, a place of the birth of the African Union, a center of political life of the continent. And I join my sister Hanan in thanking the Ethiopia for hosting us so cordially. I will thank you. It is in that spirit of championing multilateralism, fairness, and transparency that we have gathered today in Addis Ababa. Let me also extend thanks to Hanan, Antonio, Nassim, Al-Haji. Please forgive me if I haven't mentioned everyone who worked so hard behind every single action which happened here. It has not been an easy process. We had a change of location at last 2 nights. People didn't sleep and they put everything together so that this conference center would receive you so warmly and so welcomely. Let's give a round of applause to an amazing ECHA team. I would like to thank every participant who made a long way to join us here in Addis Ababa. I hope that in the midst of your visit, you enjoyed your interactions, you enjoyed your discussions, and a little bit of a cuisine and the culture of the region. And most importantly, the solidarity and the friendships you have built today will continue to champion the development of the region. And I thank you and I salute you for your endless commitment to the noble task of getting our future generations a better future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Maintenant, j'ai le plaisir de donner la parole au...
I have the pleasure now of giving the floor to our president, the president of this 10th ARFST, His Excellency, Mr. Mamadou Niang, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. You have the floor, President.
Excellence.
Your Excellencies, Madam Bola Narvaez, President of the Economic and Social Council, representative of the United Nations, permanent representative, Madam Hannah Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary, Chief Economist, ECA, Mr. Ramiz Lakabarov, Regional Coordinator, United Nations Humanitarian Actions in Ethiopia. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We have had stimulating discussions over the past 3 days on Africa, sustainable development, and now we are bringing this meeting to a close. Allow me to begin by expressing my gratitude to the government of Ethiopia for having graciously accepted to host this event. I would also like to thank the Economic Commissioner for Africa and its partners for having organized this forum, and also thank all the delegates and participants whose ideas have enriched our discussions. This forum has been a clear success. We have demonstrated as Africans to our partners that we can encourage stimulating discussion, share precious ideas, all aiming to a common objective. Secondly, we can come up with a consensus for achievable outcomes to take forward sustainable development goals and move towards Agenda 2063. All these activities are laid out in the two final documents adopted by the Forum, the Addis Ababa Declaration on Sustainable, Resilient and Innovative Solutions to Strengthen the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, and to eradicate poverty, overcome multiple crises. These were all the objectives of the Forum. We are not just showing our regional commitment, but showing our commitment at the highest level to the future, the Summit of the Futures activities. Ladies and gentlemen, during this forum, we've gone beyond just discussing issues. We're showing Africa's full commitment to ensuring its sustainable development and taking ownership of our development so that we have a new era of progress and prosperity for the continent. These are the reasons why I would call on all participants to share and defend, widely share the results that we have achieved during our sessions. To this end, the Bureau will submit to the highest levels the Forum for Sustainable Development 2024 declaration and all other decisions to other global, regional, sub-regional, and national fora. Mauritania, for its part, has for a long time understood that its development and that of the sub-region and the entire continent, in fact, depends on pooling all our efforts as African countries working together for synergy, adopting strategies to pool our experiences, share these experiences so that together we make this forum's declaration a tool that we can use for advocacy for the Africa we want, an Africa that finally will be developed, prosperous, would have overcome poverty and hunger, an Africa where science, technology, industry all propel us forward. I call on member states to do the same. I would also call on member states and to you all, partners, and all to actively participate in all the activities before a high-level fora and the Africa of the Future Forum so that we can stand on these results that we have achieved so far. I urge member states, the United Nations system, and other development partners, as well as the civil society, to diligently implement the policies, the technical decisions, so that next year we can demonstrate tangible progress. Once again, allow me to thank the Economic Commission for Africa, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Development Bank, and all our other partners for the roles they have played to facilitate this forum. Finally, allow me to pay special tribute to those who behind the scenes, interpreters, translators, journalists, transport services, catering services, security, all who behind the scenes have made it possible for our dialogue to be constructive. Having said this, allow me to declare closed this 10th session of the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development 2024. Thank you and wish you all a safe journey back to your respective countries. Thank you. By the grace of God and Allah.
Le forum est fermé, on va faire une photo. Merci beaucoup.
So this brings the forum to a close. We're going to have a group photograph. Could I call on Bureau members to kindly join us on the platform? Bureau, please.
Madam Minister, please join us for the family photo on stage. Yeah. For the media, we'll have a group interview in 5 minutes. Huh? For the media, the press, we have a grouped interview in 5 minutes. So journalists, media, press, please stay around.
You take. You're done? Okay. Jackie, you want to take here? He's taking.
S'il vous plaît, monsieur. C'est bon?
Hello, everybody. We would like the media to come to the front, requesting that everyone else leaves the room while the media comes to the front. We request everyone else to leave the room while we start the next short interaction with Nassim on the overview of ARFSD with the media. Colleagues, we are about to start this interaction with the media, so we are asking you to leave the room, and we are only going to have the media here so that we finish this last session. Please. We are about to start. We want to start. On va commencer notre session avec les médias. Oui. So, please.
When we started, ask my colleagues that merci.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development, on the theme, Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicate.
Yeah, we call it.
Hello, everybody. You know Nassim. I don't need to introduce him. So,
Bonjour à tous, vous connaissez Nassim, il n'est pas besoin de le présenter. Nassim, qui est la cheville ouvrière de ce forum qui a hébergé 46 événements parallèles. Donc nous avons prévu une interaction tant soit peu informelle avec lui. Merci de demander la parole en levant la main. Je crois que Julian a 20 questions, mais Je vais devoir vous restreindre à 2, peut-être 3. Donc, Nassim s'est rendu disponible. Il peut rendre à toutes vos questions sur la préparation de la FRAD, ainsi que le rapport économique sur l'Africa, ainsi que les conclusions de cet événement.
We give you 30 seconds. So he wants 30 seconds to breathe. Okay. All right. Busani, you had your hands up.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself,
Yes,
the
my name
media
is
you come from, and your questions.
My name is Busani Bafana. I write for the Enterprise Service in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. My question for you is, it has been actually mentioned that Africa needs quite a lot of money, in fact, for climate change, climate change financing. I want to find out, given that we've had this forum, are African countries committed maybe to looking at domestic funding, given that there is a shrinkage really of international funding for this, and also that they are facing quite a lot of debt. So do you think that domestic funding, resource mobilization is the key now, and will this be done?
Thank you very much for that question indeed. I mean, domestic funding and financing is key in the sense that we cannot wait until what first has been promised since Paris come. And because of that, because every year in every forum, African countries remind the world about the commitments. But at the same time, we have the urgency. We have the urgency. African countries are already highly impacted by the consequence of climate change. And of course, they have to explore in parallel all the means to really respond to these challenges, because our people are already suffering from these impacts. So it's key in that sense that we have an urgency, and we have also to develop our own responses while we continue to highlight the responsibility of course, the developed countries in terms of the climate, the global warming, but we have also, that's what we did as African countries in Nairobi during the African climate talks. We affirmed, or we claimed that we have an important role, really a big role to play in bringing solutions. And we know these solutions. We know that we lack financing for that. And of course, with our partners from developed countries, from the rest of the world, we have to collectively work on these issues of the financing, on the global financial architecture reform, to really respond rapidly to this urgency. So that's why now African countries are definitely convinced that they have to find their own solutions through the domestic mobilization, but also to continue to work with partners, with other countries, to make sure that we have also a global response, knowing that Africa could contribute a lot towards this, bringing its own responses. During the different sessions, we discussed about the capacity of the Congo Basin in terms of carbon sequestrations, but not only the oceans, the island countries, all the coastal countries could bring a lot in terms of responses to this global challenge that the humanity is facing. So we don't have the luxury to ignore any solution. We need to explore all the solutions together in parallel, and to really respond to this urgency, because on a daily basis, our people are suffering from the impact of global warming.
And just to let everybody know, there is interpretation into French, into English. So if you want to ask a question in in French, please go ahead and do so. Nassim is bilingual. Thank you.
Bonsoir à Monsieur Nassim Osman. Aujourd'hui, l'Afrique est vulnérable.
Good evening, Mr. Osman. Today, Africa is vulnerable. Today, the CEA, international community, rich countries, can they come to an agreement on supporting Africa? Concretely, I followed the panel on the third generation of researchers. All the panelists pleaded on the need for this support. Concretely, what do you hope to do to help Africa to come up, given that they only contribute 4% of greenhouse gases? We spoke about commitments, but up till now, we only see the effect of climate change. Concretely, we've had speeches, we've had held seminars, but concretely, what can we propose to Africa to get up and moving rapidly? Now, regarding what Africa can do concretely and urgently, may we recall that Africa only contributes marginally to climate change and to global warming. And so Africa is significantly enduring the effects and impacts of climate change. I don't need to go over all of this now. In Mozambique this year, or a year ago, the Freddy cyclone hit that southern region. Beyond the direct consequences on human beings and material losses, even economically, there's the example of Malawi, who lost in one day more than 45% of their energy production capacity. With the Freddy cyclone today, Malawi has not yet recovered that energy production capacity. Malawi still has to endure the shortage of supply of power, and the consequence is a deficit in production, internal production. Why am I mentioning this? Because it leads us to something that is very concrete. It's the issue of loss and damage. The ACA, concretely, we try to accompany African negotiators. Already, we began 10 years ago when we were dealing with the assessment, the evaluation of this concept of loss and damage. Now, this decision was made with the previous COP at Sharm el-Sheikh, and the first promises of support in the way of funding. What we need to do now, promises were made, we need to now evaluate exactly the needs and to have on the table the good tools, methodologies, which will make it possible for countries that have been affected by natural disasters to immediately mobilize the necessary resources to immediately reduce the indirect impact. We've lost lives, and when lives are lost, they're lost forever. You can't replace them, but we can diminish, we can reduce those impacts, and also to drive forward systems that make it possible for people to have means of livelihood. People who have become totally helpless as a result of natural disasters. Aside of this, up to now, these countries that have been affected continue to pay interests on their debts. This is actually immoral. We need to review the global system. The clause on suspending debt repayment in cases of natural disaster is something that the ECA has been pleading about. And most partners accept this principle. But beyond that, it's technically that you need to define how this reform can be implemented beyond the moral recognition, beyond recognizing the principle. You need to come up with technical solutions to result in the kind of change we are anticipating and looking forward to. Countries who are faced with natural disasters could actually put forward the clause that means that they can suspend the debt in response to a disaster. So these are concrete things that can change the lives of people who have been affected by natural disasters. These are things that we do not see, which are not communicated to the public. They are technical discussions, but they're very important. They are a source of means for African governments to respond to the impact of climate change. This is one of the things for African countries to allow them to respond with dignity to some of these issues without going to other matters regarding climate funding. African countries have been very ambitious in terms of nationally determined contributions. So these are matters that we can accompany African governments on. The tools are there on funding. We need to allow them to be able to invest. There's a challenge to development, a very serious challenge. So we need to also take into account the demographic dynamic. We also need to let these countries come up with innovative solutions for their development. So we need to face boldly, because African countries are the first affected by the consequences of climate change, as you said.
Thank you very much. Ayola Kasim from Channels Television, Lagos, Nigeria. So we've been talking with the last, like 1 week, we've been talking about, okay, Africa is behind in the SDGs, and then from the resolution here is still appealing to government. My government, for instance, is still building fossil fuel refineries. And then we're talking about last year, we had the phasing out of fossil fuel, appealing to government. We're still appealing to them to do this. But the problem has been balancing development, providing for the people so they can get people out of poverty, and at the same time, fight climate change. Is there anything here from the result of this session, this forum this year, that is helping them to make up their minds about what they really want? Do they want to still, like government that still depend on fossil fuel, for instance, should they still go in that direction? What are the options they have using their natural resources positively, such that it does not become a curse for their people, for instance, and then balance the climate action? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. It's a really very important issue, particularly for many African countries, because they have what I was mentioning just before, this double challenge of development, SDGs, and climate change. And I think we can during last COP on the phasing out of fossil fuels, they were supportive, given that we take into consideration their development challenges. So it is clear that for an African perspective, the phasing out should not be at the same pace, at the same speed compared to developed countries. And beyond that, many studies, including studies by the UN Economic Commission for Africa, demonstrate that if we see at 2050, I mean, if we see the long-term perspective, particularly for the use of transition energy, or we can call it like this, I mean, I'm thinking about gas, for instance, could help the African countries to be more ambitious, in terms of the energy mix, having more renewable in 2050, because they use now this energy transition energy, which is gas, to help them to invest and to develop more their capacities in terms of renewables, to reach a more ambitious mix in terms of having more renewables in 2050, compared to a scenario where they will phase out more rapidly from fossil fuels. So this is a question of justice, of just transition, which is related to investment to development. But also, if you see it only from the climate change prism or angle, even there is, for many African countries, because the reality is that they don't have the means to invest. So having a rapid transition towards the renewables, you need money. And we have promises, plenty of promises, but we need to invest, and we need to invest now. So they have that means. So that's why it's really important to have a long-term vision, to know exactly where we want to go and which kind of ambition we want to achieve, but also to make sure that we mobilize the financing for that. So we don't have the luxury, I would say, to not use this available funds or financing or to invest, because again, beyond the climate change challenge, we have also to invest into the development and the SDGs. And the issue of the debt is also there. So because of the different crises, I mean, COVID, the different wars, conflicts within and outside the continent, the inflations, the countries are even more restricted in terms of means. So that's why, again, what is important is to be committed to the phasing out, and I think that there's no doubt about that. This has been claimed and confirmed at Nairobi at the African Climate Summit, but also in Dubai during COP28. So having this vision, long-term vision, but also making sure that we use all our domestic financing, international support, cooperation, to make sure that we reach that level of ambition. Thanks.
Very much, Nassim. Didier, I think you had a question?
Quickly, one of the most awaited global events that has been spoken so far, so many times, is the Summit of the Future. So are you confident that you have 1 or 2, 3 key messages from this meeting that we're taking as the continent to New York for the Summit of the Future?
No, absolutely. I think even if this Summit of the Future looks very far and really far from the daily conversations we are having on the continent, because of the urgency linked to the natural disasters, linked to the urgency, linked to the debt, all the reality that the people and also the governments are facing in terms of constraints. I mean, there are some key issues and key messages coming from the continent, and they were discussed here on really I would say on two dimensions. The youth one. I mean, the continent has that specificity of having maybe the more dynamic demography, but in terms of but beyond the demography itself is what is behind it in terms of willingness to innovate and to bring new solutions to another, I would say, another way to develop, another way just to live, for life. Really having people not only new paradigm, really beyond a new paradigm, a new concept of how we consider the others and we live with dignity with the others, etc. And I think our youth are really exploring all the possibilities to express that. And this is what during the sessions on youth we had tests of that. But this is what we see also across the continent, sometimes with very constraining environment. We still have, sometimes you think that these are miracles, but it's because of the conviction from this youth that they can change today their worlds, and that the continent has plenty of through the natural capital, nature-based solutions, new solutions, and even exploring how technology could support them to be actors. So we have more and more evidence on the willingness of the youth to be actors of this change, of way to develop, of way to live, or way to interact with the others within the continent, but also with the rest of the world. So on that, I think it will be even a very strong message. It's up to us also to support all our young actors to convey that message. But I think the rest of the world will hear that message in September. Again, the climate one. Also, in 1 year, the African narrative has changed a lot, has evolved a lot. We are confident that we are providing an important, we are solution providers to the rest of the world. Not only us, of course, other part of the world will play their role, but now, across the continent, everybody, or many actors are convinced that they could and they have to play a key role towards that challenge. So it's about mobilizing all the actors, all the frameworks, all the means to make sure that this contribution will be real. So this is, I think, the second strong message that will go to the Summit of the Future from Africa, that we are not only part of the solution, we are really a pillar of the solution. And for that, we need, together with the rest of the world, to organize ourselves to be a strong pillar. And without that pillar, definitely the humanity will not be able to face that climate change challenge. Merci.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, there's one last question.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Est-ce que ce ne sera pas un sommet de plus? Le sommet du futur. Est-ce que ce ne sera pas un sommet?
This future summit, wouldn't it be just another summit? I see your question. For many years now, we've been disappointed by the results of so many summits. Nonetheless, I think that multilateralism has reached a point where today we are confronted with what we can call a crossroads in terms of awareness. Everybody begins to wake up to the fact that this will be the summit of the last chance. Multilateralism has been more than weakened in the last few years. The Secretary General of the UN has reminded us that we must save the planet, we must save our own conscience, save humanity. And today, we have reached a point where everyone notices that the mechanisms that have been in place are not up to the task. We therefore do need to make come up with a new pact, a global pact. And as human beings, something that is in tandem with our conscience as human beings. We are all guilty in a way. We have been inadequate in our response, in putting in place things that will ensure that tomorrow will be better. We're reaching a point where everybody notices that the future will not necessarily be better the way we are moving. And I'm convinced that this is our last chance to have the summit of the future, which will give hope to our children to build a better world for future generations. This kind of collective conscience, collective awareness will allow us to surmount the blockages that we have endured up to now. We'll be able to infuse energy to institutions to come up with designs of a better world.
One last question from Christabel.
Countries finance their development through carbon credits? And is this type of financing really sustainable?
No, thank you. This issue of carbon trading is really a very interesting one in the sense of, there is different type of carbon trading. Of course, you have the carbon that is related to the compliance with the UNFCCC negotiations, the Paris Agreement, etc. But your question is maybe, I think, is more related to what we call the voluntary carbon market, where the countries could sell their sequestration capacity to actors situated in or located in other countries that are polluting and they want to compensate. So they buy carbon. So this is a source of revenue first. So that's why it's interesting for countries that because they have different challenges and they are looking for resources to implement SDGs or whatever. The reality is, as of today, African countries on that market are selling their capacity to sequester carbon at a very low price, which is less than $10 the ton, while in very mature markets in the Europe or North America, the ton of carbon is at more than €100 of dollar. So there is a huge gap, and beyond that, even when we sell in many African countries that are selling carbon on the voluntary carbon markets, you have also I don't want to call them side effects because these are central effects. Particularly where we have forests, the communities that are living there are not benefiting at all from these operations. And beyond that, sometimes they don't even have access to the forest anymore. So they are excluded for what traditionally they were using that forest for on their daily life, and they don't have access. So we need really to move from that, and this is about what we call the high integrity carbon. So we need to build the institutions. We need to build within the country, within African countries, to build the mechanism and the tools to help the countries to stop that race towards the bottom. Competing in I want to sell you my carbon, I want to sell you my carbon sequestration capacity, etc., etc. So, and the price stay very low. By setting standards, harmonized standards or protocols beyond the countries, and the ECA is very well placed for that because it's part of our mandate to promote regional approaches, to bring together the countries, to build institutions also at the sub-regional level and at the regional level, working with African Union Commission, working with REX, Regional Economic Committees, to really build this mechanism at the sub-regional level to stop first the race towards the bottom, developing standards, high-level standards. This will help us to build this high integrity, this trust. So then you will have direct impact on the price. But we are not just looking about increasing the price. We are looking about the inclusion of the communities. So we need to make sure that within these mechanisms, we put also in place the right mechanism for the communities to have their voices heard and to be able to lead that process, to be part of that process, so to make sure that a significant part of that revenues goes to the communities because it's the place where they live. So it's very important that, and by including them, by making them central in that process, these communities today, also in the forest, or I think also I take the example of the mangroves on the coastal, for the coastal communities, they are using that wood. So they are destroying today the mangroves or some of the forest. So you cannot just tell them don't touch that because they are there since the centuries. They are there. So what is important is to find the way to transform these communities as the guardians, the first beneficiaries from that operations. Then they will be naturally the protectors, and they will develop this mangrove forest of other forests. So it's really how to value that for them to become the first the stewardship of that nature-based solution of that carbon. But beyond that, Africa is also promoting an accelerated industrialization and a green industrialization. And beyond selling our capacity to sequester carbon to the rest of the world, we need also to be strategic and to use that as a strategic commodity. We need to escape from this old model where we were selling to the rest of the world raw material without transforming that. Carbon, your capacity to sequester carbon will be key in the future market. You see Europe is putting in place CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Other big markets are putting also, they started to put in place similar mechanisms. So in the near future, your capacity of having a capacity to sequester carbon will be included in your competitiveness, in your new competitiveness. So for us, as we want to accelerate our industrialization, it's really important also to keep in mind that this could be a strategic commodity for our future exports. So while we are building regional value chains, it's important also that we keep we include this I was talking about harmonized regional protocols. This will help us, for instance, for a firm in Uganda with importing another component from Kenya, to make sure that because of the harmonized protocols, this will be compatible to build not just an Ugandan product, but East African community product that includes also carbon dimension, so that product will be competitive in the external markets, and this will be facilitated by these harmonized protocols. So it's really important to see this carbon capacity, and the continent is richly endowed by this natural capital, to see it also as a strategic commodity. And I will finish by adding something else. We have other very important, I will say, strategic commodity is biodiversity. So the next one beyond the carbon credit, biodiversity credit is also something that is strategic for the continent. The capacity to maintain biodiversity will be more and more valuable, and at the difference to the carbon credits, the carbon credit, the continent came late in that market, and if you want, we are price taker. We are not mastering the rules. On the bio credit, this is very new, it's not stabilized at all, so we have the capacity to start to set our rules, but we cannot do it at the country level. So we need to realize that our force, our force is linked to our unity. So we can do, if we go at the regional level, at the continental level, at the African level, we have the principles. The principles are very well known and are accepted by all the rest of the world. But let's put in place our own rules at the continental level for biocredits, for these new markets, and then we will maintain or keep a large part of the value addition within the continent. So this is very important for the future markets. The biodiversity credit will be really very important for the continent. Thank you. So I think
Thank you very much. And on that note, we come to the close of this exchange with Nassim Ulman. You're free to follow up any questions, any other further issues you wish to ask him about. But also remember, we have the economic report on Africa that also teases out some of these issues, especially on the just transition question. And we want to thank you, and thank you for staying. And I know you're all very tired, but also for those that are online, we want to thank you for being with us throughout this week. And please continue to engage with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.